So let's open this workshop. We have a series of greetings from authorities. We will open with General Cuzzi, he is the director of the Centri di Protezione dei Vigili del Fuoco. He has the floor. He will be followed by the architect Tornatore again from this center, and finally by Colonel Villani from the Italian Army.
Buongiorno a tutti, sono il generale Tornatore e da poco più di 40 giorni sono il nuovo direttore, anzi comandante dell'Istituto Superiore Antincendi, il luogo dove vi trovate in questo momento, che è per noi l'Accademia dei Vigili del Fuoco, dove svolgiamo un'attività destinata prevalentemente a formare i dirigenti del corpo nazionale, i funzionari, e poi nel corso dell'anno svolgiamo un'intensa attività di formazione destinata principalmente ai funzionari di Vigili del Fuoco. Fondamentalmente questo è il luogo, è la nostra, io l'ho definita la piazzetta dei Vigili del Fuoco, è il luogo di incontro dove le diverse esperienze che vengono dai diversi contesti territoriali si incontrano qui, e quindi nell'ambito di questi corsi i nostri funzionari hanno la possibilità di potersi incontrare, raccontare l'esperienza e quindi da lì consapevolizzarsi e anche e soprattutto trovare quelle che sono le nuove definizioni, nuovi approcci alle varie tematiche. Poi chiaramente questo è un luogo davvero come dire, bello e sicuramente importante da un punto di vista architettonico, ed è molto richiesto per le attività convegnistiche, e anche da questo punto di vista l'ISA è, diciamo, a disposizione per tutto ciò che riguarda le attività che riguardano in particolare la SEPET, quindi sia le attività della sicurezza antincendio che le attività della sicurezza sul lavoro. E in questo quadro diciamo che anche perché come Dipartimento attraverso la difesa civile esprimiamo anche altre competenze, rientra quella che è l'attività del convegno di oggi. Ho concluso, buon convegno a tutti e grazie per la presenza.
Buongiorno a tutti, sono l'ingegnere Emilio Chiuzzi e sono il direttore centrale per la formazione del Corpo Nazionale dei Vigili del Fuoco. Ci ritroviamo in questo contesto, come ha detto il direttore di questo centro, l'ingegnere Tornatore, ci ritroviamo con cadenza ormai annuale, e questo mi fa tanto piacere, quindi questo è dovuto proprio alla sinergia e all'interesse che si è creato intorno all'argomento da parte del Corpo Nazionale dei Vigili del Fuoco con l'Università di Tor Vergata, e un particolare ringraziamento lo devo al professor Villeci e ai suoi collaboratori che costantemente dialogano e lavorano con i miei collaboratori, appunto della Direzione Generale della Formazione, ma fondamentalmente con tutto quello che è il settore di interesse della materia specifica, quindi della CBRN. È inutile ripercorrere tutte le tappe che ci hanno portato, diciamo, a questo sviluppo, perché alla base di tutto c'è un interesse comune. L'interesse comune perché il Corpo Nazionale dei Vigili del Fuoco, e in questo contesto mi pregio di portare il saluto del nostro capo, l'ingegner Gioacchino Giomi, che ci consente poi di fare tutto questo, e del nostro capo dipartimento, prefetto Frattasi, che per impegni istituzionali e in un periodo così di cambiamenti che abbiamo e anche di ammodernamento e trasformazioni sono impegnati altrove. Quindi questo sviluppo, questo interesse comune ci porterà sicuramente ad approfondire molto la materia, e quello che per noi è interessante è quello sempre di far lavorare i nostri operatori in tutta sicurezza. Quindi proprio per come alcuni interventi che ci saranno nell'arco di questo workshop vanno proprio a riguardare la sicurezza degli operatori in tale settore, che è molto molto importante. Per quanto ci riguarda, noi siamo molto attenti a questo, perché ormai quasi dal punto di vista operativo e quindi il soccorso tecnico urgente ci troviamo spesso, va bene, a contatto con determinate sostanze che potrebbero molto diciamo, incidere sulla salute dei lavoratori. Questo è un argomento molto a cuore del Corpo Nazionale, perché non vorremmo mai passare da soccorritori a soccorsi, quindi su questo l'interesse di tutti è di lavorare. Quindi purtroppo non potrò seguire i lavori del workshop, perché come ho detto ad alcuni amici lascerò qui appunto per ricorrere il capo del corpo e poi volare in Sardegna per gli impegni istituzionali. Comunque grazie a tutti, grazie al direttore dell'ISA che puntualmente mette a disposizione questi luoghi prestigiosi per il Corpo Nazionale, e grazie all'Università di Tor Vergata, grazie agli organizzatori e ai convegnisti che saranno qui. Buon lavoro a tutti e grazie.
Leonardo, would you? Okay, so there's a slide change of sequence, and Professor Maloney will bring the greetings on behalf of the Rector of the University of Vergata.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to give you my greetings on behalf of the University of Roma. Professor Novembre, our rector, was unable to participate, but on behalf of him and of my institution, I am very happy to give you all my greetings. Authorities, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and friends, I consider this meeting extremely important, because not only for the title, Countering Radiological and Nuclear Threats, which is unfortunately not my direct matter. I am an epidemiologist, and so I am responsible for the medical sector of the CBRN courses. But I am really happy to see you here as a sort of precious network with a lot of multidisciplinary competencies growing up year by year, and this is extremely important. We do need all security and safety, and this kind of network is very important. Let me just remind you one of our special goals. Recently we received the Hague Award from OPCW organization for 2018, a very prestigious award, and it was the first time for Italy to get it, and so I am happy for this goal, and a special thanks to Professor Bellecci, the founder of this initiative, and he had the ability to put us together in years, 20 years ago, I guess, more or less. But this vision was extremely important for us, and I hope we continue to ensure peace and development and research for our world. Thank you so much for being here, everyone.
It's your turn.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm Colonel Paolo Pio Villani, and I'm making this speech on behalf of the Technical Commander of the Italian Army, Major Generale Paolo Giovannini, because in this moment he is involved in a meeting with the new logistic commander and the General Giovannini will join us as soon as he can. I'm very glad to have the opportunity to be here today at this workshop on countering radiological and nuclear threats. It's a favorable moment to renew contact among us and talk over topics of mutual interest with such experts from defense, homeland security, university and industry. It's very interesting to note that the agenda of the conference covers a wide range of very challenging items relating to radiological and nuclear threat, safety and security aspects of plants involved in nuclear energy, radiological orphan sources, and radiological waste management, and the possibility that criminals and terrorists could obtain nuclear or other radioactive materials for malicious use are very important and complex issues which require a deep examination. The growing number of people familiar with CBRN warfare techniques and the spread of scientific knowledge, coupled with poor security of relevant facilities, could facilitate terrorists in obtaining CBRN weapons. Moreover, there is a whole range of so-called dual-use materials that can be used both for civilian or for offensive purposes. What is required to contrast this threat? The master courses give us a suggestion: create a strong cooperation among the stakeholders that, even playing different roles, are involved in CBRNe world. Knowledge, training, technology, scientific research are different aspects of the same effort to contrast the threat. It is important to continue and get stronger this cooperation as much as possible. The master courses go in this direction. They represent the place where different experts share their expertise, where new ideas are developed in a continuous brainstorming process, and where everyone knows each other. Acting in this way, new and more competent specialists are formed, and all of us need them. Today, during this workshop, on behalf of the Chief of the Italian Army Engineer Corps, Lieutenant General Francesco Castradaro, the Technical Commander, Major General Paolo Giovannini, will enter the Specialization Certificate and the Chemical Physical Insignia of the Italian Army to two officers who successfully completed the master course. Thanks for your attention and good work.
All right, now that, thank you to the hosting authorities for the formal opening of this workshop. Let me introduce myself at this point. I am Francesco De Rico. I'm from the University of Pisa, and I am delighted to be involved now a couple of years with the master's degree program in CBRN of the University of Tor Vergata. The founding figure, Professor Bellici, is here with us today. This course has been an extreme success, and extremely successful. You are the proof of this. Is also this series of workshops. This is now the 4th international workshop on CBRN protection. This one is dedicated explicitly to the topic of RN, so radiological and nuclear threat countering. We have an audience of specialists, representatives from the government, the Italian government, from the armed forces, many of you, colleagues from academia. Most importantly, also representatives of the companies that develop technologies that help us countering these threats. I don't want to advertise them. You see their names as sponsors. It's very important, their presence. It underlines that the field is very active also in Italy. But let me get back to tell you a couple of words on the master's degree program. Professor Palombi didn't have time to go through some of the numbers. I want to do that on your behalf. This program has already had close to 200 students, 170 if I have it right. Currently more than 40 are enrolled. So the program is very, very active, very lively. It was created almost 10 years ago. This was a request from our Ministry of Defense to Professor Delle, and the program was set up. A few years later, the Ministry of the Interior also became a sponsoring agency, and now I believe the Council of our Prime Minister is also involved. So the Environmental Protection Agency in Italy is sponsoring this program. The program has grown very, very much. And again, the success that the international conference that took place last year in this very venue, the international conference that was organized here, and this workshop underline all that. There was vision, therefore, on the side of our government some 10 years ago when the program was established. There was the perception of the need to train new forces, new investigators, new scientists in the field. And now it's time to bring it a step up, if I might say. I hope that in a way my role here, I'm from the University of Pisa, from nuclear engineering. My role wants to be complementary to the activities of the University of Tor Vergata. We hope to establish a very, very close connection where we integrate our activities and support one another, and will help us further train the new recruits, so to call them, in this area. So that's really something I would like to stress. I'm happy to say that the contingent from Pisa is second only to the one from Tor Vergata here. We have some 10 representatives from Pisa. We're very, very proud of that. You met them at the registration desk, so they were helping you get your badges and all of that. Okay, so the series of lectures that will now take place, I've been asked to coordinate the lineup as a scientific coordinator of the meeting. The idea is to present you with the different aspects, the different disciplines, the different problems that all converge to creating the need for countering the RN threat. So this threat that does exist, it's a threat that in Italy we should take seriously. We consider other threats a bit more imminent, but it's a matter of acting proactively. So obviously we need to be prepared before. The cost of not being prepared is much higher than investing in being prepared now. And the success of this program actually underlines how investments were made. We need to get a return on this investment at this point. So let's complete the job. Let's make sure that appropriate R&D also takes place here. I want to again stress the presence of companies with which we need to collaborate. Make sure that what they develop and produce satisfies your needs, meets those needs. So the armed forces, for example, need to communicate with them, explain what the expectations and needs are. Let me get back to the lineup and then close, because we need to make up a little bit of the time we have lost. We have a series of lectures. I will not go through the names. We will introduce them, myself and the co-chairs that will help me. The idea was to present you the problem in its entirety. That is, where the threat originates. We will have a lecture on how to keep track of the inventories of the weapons. It's from there that the main source of the material that may be used for malicious purposes can be found. And then you'll hear about the consequences of a possible detonation or accident. In fact, it will be an accident that gives us the grounds to discuss consequences of exposure to radiological nuclear threats. You will hear how we can expect a dirty bomb to be designed, to be deployed. We will hear, you will not be taught how to make a dirty bomb, but yes, you will hear what we have to possibly expect. You will hear about the techniques that are developed to identify these materials, to intercept them, to interdict them, as we say in the field. And you will hear about, again, the technical solutions that are available to counter these threats. I come from this field from activities that I perform in the United States. You can probably hear from my horrible accent that I do spend a lot of time there. And I'd be very happy if there were more action taking place in this country, in my home country, in this sector. Said that, I would like to open the session. I'm calling Dieter, where are you, to co-chair the session with me. button. Where? Ah, here we go. Okay. So we will try to be a little stricter than we have with the starting time of this workshop. Inviting the speakers to stay on time, possibly leaving a few minutes for questions at the end. Here you are. So I'll let you introduce yourself, Lisa, and then we'll invite the first speaker. Okay. So why? All right. So I'm being told by the organizer. By the way, you all know Andrea Malizia. He's a key figure. He hides away, but it's impossible not to see him. So he's a key figure both in the management of the programs, the master's degree programs, and these workshops. And he's the one who really called the shots. So he told me that I had to invite all the speakers who are ready to take their seats at the table so that we minimize the time in between and proceed more expeditiously. And again, I'm going to allow Dieter to introduce himself, and then I will introduce our first speaker, Professor Glaser from the University, from Princeton University.
Good morning, everybody. It's my pleasure to be here again, second time after last year's conference. As you can tell, I'm not Italian. I'm Austrian. My background is military. I wear two hats. And the second hat is private industry, mainly in the area of CBRN defense. Thank you.
Okay, that was to the point. Okay, so we have Professor Glaser. Professor Glaser is from Germany originally, but works in the United States at Princeton University. He's an internationally known and respected specialist in the field of, yes, I have to say that it's the truth, in the field of weapons verifications and treaty, development of treaties that are possibly applicable. It's a very, very difficult time to have and enforce treaties when it comes to nuclear weapons verifications. And it's a very interesting time also when it comes to what happens in North Korea. That's what Alex will describe to us, and how keeping things under control there may help keeping things under control throughout the globe. Thank you, Alex, for being here.
Thank you, Francesco. Do we have the slide?
Just 1 second. You guys all received the program. So in their nice green bag, so you have the program. So if you kindly look at that, then you know what's coming towards you. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, thank you again. Thanks for having me. Thank you, Francesco. Thank you, the organizers, for inviting me. Thanks to everyone for coming. It's a great pleasure and honor to be here. Now, as you know, for about a year now, we have been discussing the possibility of North Korea giving up its nuclear weapons. It's not the first time we have these conversations, but it's a particularly promising one, perhaps. Now, I don't think North Korea will, no, I don't think this will happen or will or can happen overnight. North Korea giving up its nuclear weapons. Even in the best case, this process will take years, and it's likely to happen step by step as the parties, whoever will be involved in this process, build trust. There's also broad consensus, I think, among experts that these steps will have to be verified. And so that is what I would like to offer today for discussion. How can the process be organized in phases? So that's part one, and how do we go about verifying this process, which, quite frankly, in previous attempts, this was the key reason why these conversations and negotiations have fallen apart. And of course, I believe this community can play an important role in this process. I think there is an important place for research and development to support this and other processes. Just as a reminder, here's a look at the global inventory of nuclear weapons. There remain still about 15,000 nuclear weapons today. During the Cold War, this number was as high as 60,000. But we're standing at 15,000 today. More than 90% of these weapons are in the US and in Russia, each of them having about 7,000. And then you have the other 7 nuclear weapon states, including the United Kingdom, France, Israel, Pakistan, India, China, and of course also North Korea. And this is the topic of my talk today. North Korea, as you may remember, last year tested its 6th nuclear weapon, and for the first time this was a significant yield, probably on the order of 150 or 200 kilotons. At the same time, North Korea has also demonstrated the capability to deliver these weapons on intercontinental ranges. So it has, by all practical standards, established a nuclear weapon capability. And so the question becomes, how can we possibly approach the challenge of reversing, rolling back this weapons program if the parties can agree on the process? Together with a colleague at Princeton, we published a little paper a couple of weeks ago in Science Magazine. I brought a few copies with me, where we try to sketch the different steps that may work. And again, the key here the key terms are phases. It has to be step by step in our view, and it has to be verified. So what are these milestones toward a North Korean denuclearization? We identify 4 of them, and my plan is to very quickly address the key aspects of this conversation. So the first one is a continued moratorium on nuclear weapon and ballistic missile testing. North Korea has already announced such a moratorium in March 2018. And of course, the process would probably fall apart should North Korea resume testing of either missiles or nuclear weapons, which it is actually threatening at this point already. But so far, this has been actually a major accomplishment to see this happen. A second milestone would be a freeze on fissile material production. And again, this freeze would have to be verified. As I will explain in a minute, ideally we believe such a freeze could rely primarily on remote monitoring techniques. At some point, we have guests from the IAEA in the room. There will certainly be on-site inspections, but a freeze on fissile material production may primarily be verified by remote monitoring techniques. Second or third, we believe there have to be baseline declarations, and I'll get into a little bit more detail in a few minutes. Baseline declarations of warhead and fissile material inventories. And this could be a very brief declaration. And along the way, over time, we'll then have to confirm the correctness and completeness of these declarations. So that's essentially to establish a baseline and to understand the North Korean weapons program as much as we can. And then, of course, we have to discuss, what do we do about these weapons? How do we verify reductions in the nuclear arsenals? And again, I will say a few words about this aspect. Before I get to these different milestones, I'd like to at least briefly allude to the different options that we have in verifying these milestones. And here, this is somewhat simplified, but I hope it makes an important point. There are different levels of intrusiveness, if you will. I already mentioned remote monitoring techniques. And we believe especially in the beginning, these could be particularly important. And that means satellite imagery in particular could play an important role, for example, to confirm the status of certain important nuclear facilities and to confirm, let's say, the shutdown status of these facilities. Standoff detection, where you place sensors in the proximity or vicinity of a facility, perhaps can also play a certain role. At the end of the day, of course, on-site inspections are the gold standards, and again, this is where the IEA may come in. They provide the greatest level of reassurance, but they're also very intrusive. And in our view, they may only become relevant in the medium term or in the longer term, at least in the comprehensive sense that the IEA and others typically approach the idea of on-site inspections, where you have a comprehensive kind of framework in place. So we believe it may really be an emphasis in the beginning on remote monitoring techniques, and then gradually phase in on-site inspections as the parties establish trust, as I mentioned. So let me just say a few words about each one of these aspects. Monitoring the suspension of fissile material production, which obviously would be a very important starting point. I mean, there's no point really starting negotiations with North Korea when we believe the North Koreans are still making more material for the weapons program. So this would be, in a sense, a minimum requirement to get the process going. There are two nuclear weapon usable materials. There's plutonium and there's enriched or highly enriched uranium, and North Korea makes both. On the plutonium production side, there's the reactor at Yongbyon, a 5 megawatt electric, 20 megawatt thermal. And here we believe it would be relatively straightforward to actually confirm the shutdown status of the Yongbyon reactor with remote monitoring techniques only. So that involves heat signatures, vapor plumes, cooling water discharges, and so on. Of course, North Korea would have to agree to not to interfere with these provisions, to not cover discharge pipes and so on, but that has been done. And that is certainly doable. Regional Krypton-85 monitoring could provide further evidence of a suspension of plutonium separation. So that is relatively simple. More difficult would be to confirm non-production of uranium in an enrichment plant. Again, if North Korea agreed to actually shut down, first declare all its enrichment plants and then shut them down, we may be able to confirm this remotely. But if North Korea wanted to pursue or continue making low-enriched uranium for civilian purposes, then there would be an immediate role for the IEA and inspection activities to confirm the non-production of HEU in these facilities. So that might be an elegant way to actually phase in some first inspections in Yongbyon or other facilities. Second item on my list was making a declaration, and again the U.S. has been a little ambivalent about what the U.S. has in mind here. John Bolton and others have said it should be a comprehensive declaration. Everything North Korea has done has made every GPS coordinate of the weapon and so on. We believe this is a non-starter for all kinds of reasons, and it's actually not really necessary to have a comprehensive declaration at the outset. There could be something as simple as, this is again somewhat cartoonish, but it could actually be a very simple declaration, a baseline declaration to make or to have North Korea go on record and declare how much or how many nuclear weapons do they have, what is the inventory, perhaps by type or by designation, and then what is the fissile material inventory as of a certain date, plutonium and HU, perhaps with uranium-235 content. So they would go on record, they would commit to a number, and along the way we would then have to confirm that these numbers are correct. But they would not necessarily, and I think they will never do that, reveal GPS coordinates of their warhead storage sites on day one. Well, is this plausible? Will they ever do something like that? I'd like to remind my colleagues in the US and elsewhere that there are actually precedents for this. About actually 10 years ago, there were the six-party talks, so as part of the six-party talks, North Korea did stop plutonium production, declared its plutonium inventory. The number was never formally revealed. And then again, to support the declaration or the correctness of this declaration, North Korea made available about 18,000 pages of operating records with information on operation of its plutonium production reactor and the associated processing facility. And so here you can see a US diplomat crossing the DMZ, the demarcation line, with these documents. And US experts and other experts have analyzed these documents. And at the end of the day, it kind of wasn't the right ballpark, but it's actually an interesting precedent. We have one data point in 2008. If we could get the next batch of documents to 2018, we actually begin to understand the history of North Korea's plutonium program. Which brings me to another point, which is perhaps, I think, actually of interest for the community here. A concept that is called nuclear archaeology. And the idea is basically, and here's one example how what this involves. The production reactor at Yongbyon, for example, would be shut down. You could go into this facility and, assuming it's defueled here, and you take samples from the graphite channels in this reactor and analyze isotope ratios of specific isotopes, and the analysis combined with neutronics calculations and so on will tell you exactly, more or less exactly, how much plutonium was made in this reactor. So here's one example. I'm not sure you can actually read the numbers, and they're not that relevant anyway. For this discussion here, but essentially it shows you, given a certain boron 11:10 ratio, you can extract the amount of plutonium that was made at a specific location in the reactor. You combine this with a complete model of your reactor, and you get the lifetime production of plutonium in the Yongbyon reactor, plus or minus probably 2 or 3 kilograms. So perhaps less than one weapon equivalent. And that would give you a hard number to work with, and then over time you would have to sit down with the North Koreans and see if everything matches up. Obviously, some of this plutonium was consumed in weapon tests, and we would have to understand are these removals possible and so on. But here's a very practical technique that could put any speculation, I guess, to rest. Again, I don't think this is going to happen on day one. I mean, it's certainly not. But this is something we could actually start talking about on day one, make sure the North Koreans preserve the structures and the documents that we would need to actually do this along the way. But the North Koreans then also know there's kind of no point in under-declaring plutonium inventory, even with a simple declaration, if they feel or know. Later on, we kind of will find out what the real numbers, the ground truth, so to speak. Let me skip over this one and talk real brief about, so what about verified reductions? So far we've only talked about freezing and suspending the program. How do we actually verify reductions? And that's tricky. In this little paper that we wrote, we outline a couple of options. I don't think we need to decide today or upfront, how we would like to do this. Let me just kind of sketch one of these options that we propose. Obviously, you do want to make sure that weapons are not mounted or mated with missiles. So there would have to be an agreement that weapons are demated and perhaps then jointly containerized. And this is where the IEA again comes in. There's many established techniques to seal containers. And so on. This could be done in batches so that North Korea doesn't have to bring all the warheads to one location at one day of the week where they may be particularly vulnerable, but you could do it in phases. We would containerize these warheads. There could be some type of confirmation measurement. I mean, obviously you want to make sure there's some plutonium in this container and some uranium and not just rocks. They would be placed in containers, sealed, and prepared for long-term storage. Part 2 would be monitored long-term storage of nuclear warheads and missiles. Here the key is, at least for me, that we believe the storage location of these warheads can remain unknown or secret. And that could be particularly important for the North Koreans. They may be stored in tunnels, they may be dispersed at different locations in the country. In principle, they could be secret, and we could remotely confirm the integrity of the seals and containers. And obviously the idea here would be to not provide a target list for a possible preemptive strike. Again, it's not something we, it's probably something that the North Koreans would take very seriously. And then third, stepwise reductions in the arsenal. Based on an agreed schedule, we would like to see reductions. North Korea would hand over warheads for verified dismantlement. As a hacker from Stanford has said recently, these weapons should be disassembled by those people who assembled them. You probably don't want to fly them around the globe. So have the North Koreans dismantle the weapons, either verified directly or have them hand over to the IAEA, for example, specified amounts of fissile material for safeguards. Again, this would be a phased process. This would take time. This would not happen within days or weeks. This would probably take a month or years, and there would be actions that the other side would have to take quid pro quo. And that's essentially what I have. Let me just, I'm not going to read through my bullets here. Again, I think there are a couple of short and medium-term goals. I discussed some of them that we consider important. Declarations and freeze of fissile material production, confirmed storage and stepwise reduction, and we believe an emphasis on verification approaches that are non-intrusive in the beginning. And I'm happy to discuss this in the Q&A. I'm a little worried that if we send in too many inspectors into all parts of North Korea in the beginning, we may end up with more questions and doubts that the process may be able to handle. So set kind of modest goals. Okay, let's shut down Yongbyon and have confidence that Yongbyon is shut down, and then start building from there. There are a number of important longer-term goals that I don't think we may have to clarify up front. What's going to happen to the fissile material down the road? What's going to happen to the weapon components? And in particular, what is North Korea doing at the end of this process? Is it going to rejoin the NPT as a non-weapon state? Hopefully, yes. But again, I don't think we can kind of force them or twist their arms to this commitment on day one. It could also, in principle, join the ban treaty before or after elimination of its weapons program. That's what I had, and I'm happy to take questions. Thank you.
There are two complex questions we are facing. And the one you mentioned yourself, that the timeline is not there. You can't set a timeline on North Koreans. And the second thing is the way it is being discussed, whether it will be conditional, carrot stick, because the need, of course, economic condition is very bad, and how Chinese will support this side, because it depends on if Chinese close that window, then they will completely depend on the negotiation. The question is, what happened to the the delivery system? They were saying we destroyed the launching pad, the mobile batteries, and they surface again, and the verification of the decoys and how it will be investigated in future. And this is an important question because it is not about their statements and shaking hands, rubbing shoulder. It's about exactly what kind of technical, sustainable framework. 20 years, no problem. But if they neutralize it completely, entire structure, that is what matters.
On kind of a skeptical perspective, and I don't disagree. But we try to kind of offer a path forward. I think there's one difference, perhaps, compared to the previous years, which is, I think, until 2006, we didn't take the North Koreans perhaps that seriously.
Exactly. Yeah.
That they have no real weapon capability. The ballistic missiles don't work. Perhaps we can somehow kind of push them out of this whole this game without getting to where we are now. I think the test from last year, 200 kiloton weapon, plus an ICBM capability, made it very clear. And I think the North Koreans have made that, at least they have articulated that point. Their weapon development process is complete. So they played a very risky game, and they went for a hard landing, but they kind of managed to do that. So they have what they have now, and I think they're in a different bargaining position, I mean, for better or worse, today than they were 10 years ago. I agree. I don't think 2020, this is when the next US elections are, as you know. There may be a different administration. What I hope is that in the meantime, we can move a few building blocks in place, put a process in motion, and perhaps, pick up ideas, down the road when the North Koreans, let's say the JCPOA is kind of revitalized, and there may be a different dynamic on the diplomacy side. I agree, end of enmity, US, Korea, a peace declaration, these sort of things, that's not my area of expertise, but it's critical for the success of this process. On the missile side, I'm not sure I understand the China dimension.
No, it was two combined questions. Whereas the US conducts and the EU negotiation with them on utilizing it, destroying it, what happens is back to the diplomacy, which Chinese need to support the argument, at least in terms of the short term.
Well, there's the Chinese, there's also the Russians. There is clear kind of there's circumstantial evidence that a lot of the technology is Russian origin. We don't exactly know where it came from, or made its way to North Korea. But obviously, this would have to be closed. They are, I'm not a missile expert again, but people I talk to, they have different perspectives. Some would argue North Korea should actually maintain, or should be allowed to maintain, a space launch capability for civilian purposes. And the main reason being, you have these experts, you want to kind of keep them busy and redirect them. The same is true for the weapons program, the nuclear weapons program, so that you kind of know who they are and you know what they're doing, instead of trying to push everything under the rug. That's what I can say on the missile side.
And that is good. I would invite you to take the opportunity of speaking to all our lecturers during the coffee breaks and lunch break. You've seen they're pretty generous, so you can continue this discussion. I'm happy that the discussion takes place. It should be a lively exchange. But let's also move on. Thank you, Alex. That was an excellent presentation. That's all I've heard from you. Dita. Thank you.
So it's my pleasure to introduce the next speaker. Somebody very, very familiar to the CBRNe master course family of Italy. He has been with us now for many, many years. Lieutenant Colonel Bernd Allert from the German Armed Forces. He is currently deployed at the Joint CBRN Defense Center of NATO in Vyshkov, where he's heading one of the departments. That was the introduction in short, Bernd. I hand it over to you. Thank you.
Dieter, thank you very much. Buongiorno a tutti. This is my only Italian I know. I'm really glad for inviting me for this important workshop. If you see the headline, WMD disablement, developing a new capability, so there's no question mark anymore, because the decision has been taken to develop a new capability in the sense that doctrinal development is one of the lines of capability development in NATO. So we are developing currently the doctrine. That does not necessarily mean that we need new material, new organization, new personnel. We do not know yet, but doctrine, of course, determines all the other lines of capability development. So we will then see whether we need special equipment, special training, special forces. It works wonderful. I have to go a little bit back in history, and I heard already the timelines, 2008. I go only back to 2009. In 2009, NATO changed its policy with respect to CBRN defense and non-proliferation. Up to 2009, CBRN defense in NATO was to be seen only as force protection, to protect the own forces against CBRN threats. 2009, there was and it's a business term, I know, very fancy, a change of paradigm. The NATO heads of state of government endorsed NATO's comprehensive strategic level policy for preventing the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction and defending against chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear threats, determining that NATO protects its territory and population. So this was new, so no longer force protection, and moving from the recovery, protection and recovery pillar also to the prevention pillar. So a weapon of mass destruction or the deployment of CBRN substances that did not happen are the best way then to decontaminate afterwards. There was a change of terminology, so who were following this policy for quite a while. In 2009 it was still named CBRN Render Safe. And I have to admit, well, this was an agreed term, but the explosive ordnance disposal EOD community were objecting that the CBRN defense community used the term render safe, even with the addition of the four letters CBRN. So there was a long discussion in NATO's Committee on Proliferation, what could we do? They agreed on the term WMD disablement. And with NATO's military concept 603, the new term WMD disablement was introduced, but using the definition of CBRN render safe. So from the content, it was not a change, it was more or less old wine with a new label. I will not read the presentation, I guess it will be accessible to all of you. So in the policy, NATO stated then, well, we have a lack of capabilities, probably within WMD disablement. And admitting, well, we have not really exercised WMD disablement. And I will be open and frankly right in the beginning. If you see me here as a CBRN officer, from my point of view, and I'm the chairperson also of NATO's CBRN Defense Doctrine and Terminology Panel, WMD disablement is not an exclusive task for the CBRN Defense Forces. It's multidisciplinary as far as military is concerned. You need many other branches and services to conduct WMD disablement. And probably it is wrong that the CBRN Defense in NATO took over the lead to develop this doctrine. But if we don't do it, no one else will. Later, NATO, of course, is developing in 2009, and now it's 2018. In several policy papers, they reinforced the thought, they recognize, well, we have not trained it, we have not developed concepts on WMD disablement. We have to do something. And since NATO is working on a consensus principle, meaning there is no voting who is pro, who is contra, it's always a kind of minimum compromise. However, with the military concept, and this was the first translation of a policy paper into military language, the need of developing a capability was recognized, and they changed the name. I mentioned this already. However, proliferating weapons of mass destruction and and there is a definition of WMD, weapons of mass destruction in NATO, and it is not exclusive to CBRN. So this is are weapons which are, simply speaking, causing mass casualties and huge damage, is also not only exclusive to the military. So there is a phase where the military might be involved. However, there is also a need for politically, diplomatically, economically, and other stakeholders to prevent the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. I think when the military steps in, we missed already many opportunities, and we listened to the great presentation of North Korea. Now, for the military, it's already too late. Now, if military steps in, the politicians and others fail. In the military, we looked, of course, of experience of other services and branches, and especially countering improvised explosive devices, countering the network, defeating the network, and the same applies similar also to weapons of mass destruction, but probably on a higher level, higher scale. I would say, well, I believe if I look around, 99% of you are at least able to produce an IED, but I'm afraid, or I'm happy, that 0% are able to provide, to produce at least an improvised nuclear device. Perhaps for chemicals, it's easier. So also keep in mind, if we're talking about weapons of mass destruction, we don't talk only about nuclear devices, we are also talking about chemical or biological devices. So we try to define barbecue and disablement. The NATO released a functional concept on WMD disablement. They produced a kind of definition, but I'm afraid, or I know, that they did not consult my panel, and what the military, although I'm a member of the military, produced as a definition does not meet the requirements for proper NATO definition. So we are working on this. It's an ongoing process, and this is the latest trial, the latest attempt, which has been developed by my panel at the latest meeting in Saumur. It has been posted on the website. We are waiting for comments by the nation. It will be an ongoing process, and I hope that next year at our next meeting we will have a NATO-agreed definition of WMD disablement. Well, this is the aim, and now I'm speaking only for the military part, denying, disabling, and defeating an adversary from using CBRN weapons or devices. WMD is also a political term. It's not really used in the military, and the language is sometimes confusing. So we are focusing on CBRN weapons, and this includes what the politicians mean with weapons of mass destruction. We are exercising already this. We are developing a doctrine, but what we are doing, what we are exercising, influences, of course, the doctrinal development. So we try to learn from exercises, and then we will adapt the scripting of the doctrine. We did already one small-scale WMD operation, and you can see what it's here, at the exercise Trident Javelin 2017, very successful. There's those who have access to NATO restrictive document. I recommend to have a look at this after action review. It's very interesting how they are working. This was only small events. This was mainly done by the CBRN Defense Forces. That's not what we understood as a bigger advance. This year, and I'm looking very much forward, currently the exercise, NATO's biggest exercise since decades, as I read, taking place in Norway, Trident Juncture, we succeeded to include a WMD disablement event into this exercise. Not the execution phase, the planning phase of such an event, because you need a proper operational level planning to conduct a WMD disablement in a medium scale. You need more forces, you need different forces, and of course you need proper planning. And as of now, in Allied joint publication, the Doctrine for Operational Level Planning, that's the number 5, this kind of operation is not mentioned. So what we are doing is also we have to influence also many other doctrines. So it will take at least 5 years. And I'm looking forward to the output of this exercise. This is strategic communication, also stating successfully that we did good in traveling and javelin. And this is one idea how a WMD disablement task force may look. That's an idea. And you see with the different colors, well, there are really different forces, services, branches needed in this task force. And it's only CBRN defense is one of the minor parts. You need military police, you need EOD, you need logistics, you need force protection, you need communication. And of course, at the staff level, at the headquarters level, you need a well-trained intelligence section dealing with CBRN-related intelligence, unit liaison, and public affairs. Strategic communication should not be neglected at all. So this is how we basically see the military part of WMD disablement. So we know already there are some buttons of mass destruction somehow, so we have to locate them, we have to secure them, characterize them, eliminate, or dispose them. It's quite simple. So, 4-step approach shouldn't be that easy. But we will see how it will be in real life. And I had a similar briefing this year at the symposium in Berlin, and there was a retired 2-star general, and he raised the question, will you be able to disarm the Russian Federation? General first, we just don't discuss defense policy, and secondly, this is going beyond the capabilities and capacities of NATO anywhere to disarm the Russian Federation. And I will, I'm quite sure we will have even difficulties to disarm North Korea with available capabilities. But sometimes it's not necessary. There are scenarios where only parts disarming are already successful. Short on the doctrinal development, it's an ongoing process. Of course, it's standardized in NATO. We drafted the proposal for the doctrine. We means the Joint CBRN Defense Center of Excellence. This proposal has been accepted by Allied Command Transformation. They conducted a data fusion workshop, so they provided around 30 questions to all NATO members to identify then the need for a doctrine. I believe 9 nations, as far as I remember, responded, Italy among them. Thank you very much to Italy, it was a good support. And we conducted a data fusion workshop in Naples this year to elaborate on the returns and to provide a solution to NATO. And NATO decided, and yes, we are drafting a tasker and we will develop this doctrine now. The deadline was, I believe, the 4th of November, but there was a nation which up to now did not attend the process. They asking for an extension of the date. It was, I don't remember, so, but it's ongoing. So we will start with the drafting process next year, and then it will take about 1 or 1.5 years to develop this doctrine. And you can read this. The doctrine, and that's also important, is directed to the commander of a joint task force. So this is the practical implementation of a concept. So the functional concept describes what we have to do, and now with the doctrine we are describing how we do this. And this is the takeaway. You can read it later because it's a little. And thank you very much, mille grazie, for your attention. And of course, I'm open to your questions now or your opinion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ben. There is time for one question. You've also been very much kind. Thank you very much for that. Vadim.
Thank you very much for excellent presentation. And after listening, I remember very famous expressions that the generals are always prepared to the war from the past. And my idea is that you all are aware of the new hybrid concept of war. And in this hybrid concept, the military confrontation is not the main issue. Actually, this is not very new because Sun Tzu, 3,000 years ago, told that when you destroy morale of your opponent, you win. And in this sense, I believe that Russia today, or corruption in Europe, or extreme left and extreme right parties sponsored by Russian Federation, is a real weapon of mass destruction. And my question to you, do you consider some integral approach, not only chasing warheads and detecting chemicals or precursors, but also some countermeasures to defend from this hybrid threat, this weapon of mass destruction in hybrid war meaning? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. You made a really good point. I have to admit, of course, due to my capacity in my center and at the NATO body, we are dealing with CBRN defense. But the weapon of mass destruction is nowadays much more. And I like to remember September 11, airplanes are weapons of mass destruction. Misinformation could be a weapon of mass destruction. So this is an overall approach. And of course, I know from NATO that they are taking care, and the European Union also, they established a kind of hybrid warfare center of excellence in Finland. So it's something, as I said, it's a multidisciplinary approach. We have to work across the border, and looking back, so NATO, and I'm happy for this, we got a new doctrine on CBRN defense after, well, 6 or 7 years. It has been promulgated last month, and the title is Comprehensive CBRN Defense. Comprehensive means we are including also civilian capabilities into the doctrine. And now it's on us and all the authorities to implement this. We have to also to enhance civil-military cooperation in CBRN defense. Civil-military cooperation in the sense this is not only military support to civilian operations, it's much more. So we are at the beginning, and we have to look forward, again, to the future. And perhaps nuclear weapons are no longer the weapons of choice. If I see the development in biotechnology and CRISPR, that nearly every second semester students of biology could be able to do some genome engineering, I'm exaggerating a little bit, then perhaps the threats will be differently. But also NATO stated this already in 2009. They saw already a threat, an upcoming threat more in the field of biological warfare and the developing of biotechnology.
I was expecting you to come up at the time when the insignia, the stripes are delivered. Is that correct? So let's keep it that way. Very good, very good. So as announced, we have Carlos Rojas Palma, who will tell us about, well, he will not teach you how to make a dirty bomb, but he will tell you, and if you want to learn privately, you can ask him, but he will tell you what we could expect should one be deployed. He's, again, a senior project manager. The research he does is on security counterterrorism, and he's from the very well-known center in Belgium, the SCKC Center Belgium. We have a lot of friends there. He's one more. And please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Buongiorno. That's all my time. Ristretto, prego. I hate to say this, otherwise I don't do anything, so I will just go on and cover. First of all, I want to share that Francesco started this morning with his opening remarks, and I think from the cycle and emergency planning, preparedness, prevention and preparedness are essential, and you need to be prepared. We have heard presentations on weapons of mass destruction and also on nuclear warheads. And rest assured that we need to be prepared. The risk and the presence, the malevolent presence is there. And just as a sideline, we have 2 research reactors, and we do have access to highly enriched uranium and plutonium. And one of my senior management was in the surveillance by IS for a number of months. And this came to light after the attacks in Paris and in Belgium, when computers were seized and footage of his home and his family were found there. So even though requiring the knowledge for building weapons is very complicated, you can always make sure that you get access to the family of one person with knowledge, and the situation will change. I want to talk about, I've been thinking, how do I structure the presentation, because I have a lot of things to tell you. Essentially, the message is I wanted to bring science back to the operational world. It doesn't make any sense to do the research by doing research. It has to serve a purpose if you're doing research and security. And the purpose is to provide guidance and knowledge to those who are going to be in the field, putting their lives in danger for us. So the presentation is guidelines for first responders based on results from deploying a mock-up dirty bomb. The mock-up is I will tell you that in a minute. What is the overview of my presentation? The scope and objectives, what was actually the motivation for doing this research, what was the location, the operational scope. I put this code name based on James Bond movie. Counterterrorism is kind of a James Bond movie, but it's reality, and we played with also with reality. A short description of materials and methods, and some results and the right guidance for first responders. I had hoped to see more firefighters in the room, but hopefully the senior management is here and they can pass the message and afterwards if needed. So what were the scope and objectives of this research? What was this European Commission funded project? And the project was called CBRN Crisis Management Architectures, Technologies and Operational Procedures. And it was a very ambitious research that we did in 3 years. With this research, I put, and the rest of the consortium did, put the European Commission in a hot seat, or in a very difficult situation. Why was that? I was associated with a professor in Salzburg, and we said, why don't we do a research and we make a bomb, we design a bomb, we deploy it, and then we do that, and we learn from the process. And then we were invited to join another consortium, and the consortium was to build a decision support system for CBRN management. So we decided to put the 2 things together. So we launched the proposal, and we scored very high. The evaluation of the proposal went fantastically well. But we're asking public money to build the dirty bomb. So the European Commission, after reading the evaluation and being selected for funding, they asked themselves, is this ethical? Is this legally possible? Can we use taxpayers' money for these crazy guys to build a bomb? Eventually they said, yes, you can do that, but you need to have an ethical advisory group. You have to have an ethical advisory group. The problem was that the ethical advisory group didn't have security clearance, and everything was classified, so I could not give them access to my research, and they had a good time with me. Anyway, we had research, and the objective of CATO was to review existing additional guidance for first responders dealing with CBRN. We had to develop a robust decision support system for preparedness and response to CBRN. How do you manage this? Because there are many things. Logistically, you need to send the victim somewhere to a hospital. Is the hospital there? How many beds do you have? Is there appropriate physical care or medical care there? Lots of things that you need to prepare in advance. That's why I continue with Francesco. You need to be prepared. You need to take this long before it happens. And we also needed to develop a prototype decision support system that would enable, the idea was to, if you have SMEs in your consortium, the idea is that the SMEs will benefit from this by developing the product or selling the product after the end of the project. So we decided to build a concept, a proof of concept, and to me it was basically, if you're developing a prototype decision support system that you're going to deploy in the field to facilitate your emergency management, you have to use this to develop new guidelines and to assess the performance of this system. Of course, this was highly sensitive, and the Commission said, okay, you go ahead with this, but you classify this thing. So I managed to sanitize most of the research, and in a appropriate venue and with the right audience, I would be able to give more details on that. But the Commission actually said, careful with what you said. Well, what happened? At first, we needed a place. We needed a voluntary place to carry out the research. I mean, we need to design, develop, and deploy. Who was willing to have a venue to deploy the dirty bomb? And before that, if you go through the literature, I mean, if you go through Health Physics Journal and you see lots of articles there deploying things. And the most recent one is from, I think it's 17. Group in Canada developed that. But most of that research is done also in the Negev Desert. They have done that. And also Sandia National Laboratory did that in the States. But those are deserted areas. The atmospheric dispersion conditions are completely different to what would happen in a city. So this was not our case. We wanted to have more. In the Czech Republic, we found this place where they have already conducted some of the testing, and then they said, okay, you are allowed, you're welcome to do your research here. And here's where the fun started. We did this in a place called Kamina, which is southwest of Prague. And as you can see in the pictures, there are places, and in this place they have done already some testing. What was the operation Sky for? We had several control dispersions, and we call that mock-up RDDs and mock-up vehicle-borne IEDs. Why is this word mock-up? Is because I got clearance to release maximum 1 gigabecquerel of technetium-99M. And after discussing this with my colleagues from Brookhaven National Lab and Sandia National Lab, we decided to abandon this idea because 1 gigabecquerel gets only painted at ground zero. The dispersion of that is very minimal. You need pre-concentration of samples, and you need a lot of additional work in order to be able to see something. So we need to have something more robust. One of the things that is very common in the States is to have blood irradiators. And these blood irradiators consist of cesium-137 spores. And probably you have 1,000 in all medical facilities in the States in operation. And you could have access to that, and you can use this cesium powder to release. That would be a potential mechanism to develop this. So instead of using cesium-137 radioactive, we decided to use cesium chloride, but the cesium was stable. And the science, the beauty of this was, in order to do a consequence assessment, you would have to just use the specific activity of cesium-137 to convert from 133 stable to 137 and do the whole health physics, and we did that. The explosives we used, we said, okay, we need a recipe for that, and the recipe came from the internet. And you can find the internet. No, you don't have to dig into the dark web to find recipes. You can find them, and probably you know more than that about me. And as I said, we release cesium chloride stable path. On a side note, I was invited by the European Commission to join a European US workshop on security. And my colleagues in the States proved that to somebody with the right knowledge, it would take him probably 30 minutes to dismantle one large irradiator, remove the source without having serious irradiation issues. So you remove the source from the shield and you put it in another container and you displace things without actually dying from acute radiation syndrome right away. It would not happen. On another side note, terrorists are willing to die for that. If you're willing to blow up yourself, you're willing to also carry out the radioactive source and suffer the consequences. So what we did is we simulated this in a beautiful May day. We decided to simulate the street canyon where we add more mixing to the dispersion conditions. And as you can see there, you can see the first I don't know if I can use this. Yeah. Here we have a cascading factor which is going to allow the sample of aerosols dispersed and collected in different particle sizes. And then behind we have a set of high volume samplers, so we're actually characterizing the whole release. In addition, we have dummies with a filter placed on the chest and on the shoulder to determine the amount of deposited material on them. And you go through and also you have the position, the plates you see on the ground where the sticky tapes, where you could collect deposited material and analyze that. This was for the devices where I'm sitting now. You are probably 9 meters away where we started doing the sample collection. This is an example of the setup for a car bomb or vehicle-borne IED. You see, just to begin with, it makes a huge difference whether the windows of the car are open or closed. If they are closed, then it's going to, you remove with the blast, you remove the roof, but the dispersion is more limited than if you have the windows open. If you are a first responder, especially a police officer, and you see a car parked with the windows open, it's suspicious. We did tag the release with iron oxide, which is a red color you see there. And the main idea was to be able to trace not only the deposition, but also trace the flow, where it would move, how it moved. And we had a drone making the videos of all the dispersion. As you can see, the car is interior is completely red. Now, if you assume that this red color represents radioactive material, it's very hot. And I will come back to the closing remarks on that. So what we did, how we did this research, we took air samples. So we needed to fully characterize the release by taking air samples, surface deposition. There were walls, and we collected samples of deposition on the walls, on the clothing of the dummies, hair, chest, and shoulder filters. And all this was collected by the counter-terrorist unit of the UK police. We came from different places in the UK, and we spent 1 week or more in the field with them. All forensic, they follow all the forensic protocols, including the change of custody. So they took the samples, they bagged them, they tagged them, and we follow the whole process as it would be in a crime scene investigation. And as I said earlier, the concentration of cesium-133 was determined by instrument unit activation. We have a safe reactor we can use, and with that we have a very accurate determination of the amount of radioactive, it's not radioactive, the amount of cesium on the samples, and from that you can derive the amount of radioactive cesium if you would have the specific activity of 1957. And this is how we did the health physics analysis afterwards and the consequent assessment. And from that consequent assessment, we derived a number of guidelines that hopefully will be used, and actually in Belgium, I'm actually training at the moment in the police force in Antwerp. Because in the first line of response, these police officers do not have any protection whatsoever. If you see the footage from the attack at the airport in Brussels on March 22nd, you see police officers wearing only a bulletproof jacket, nothing else. There is no respiratory protection, there is no gloves, and there is nothing else. And we need to change that, and this is part of the message I'm going to convey. So, I don't know how we're doing with the time, but another 5 minutes, that was good. Max, I'm closing. So, for you to know, 50 meters from ground zero is very hot. It's going to be darn hot. I cannot tell you how hot it is, but it's going to be hot in terms of dose and dose rate. And this was mainly due because of the position on the ground. There will be some residual concentration in the air of the stuff, and therefore you would need, if you are going to have victims most likely affected by the blast than by the radiation. Radiation would not kill them at that point. So you're going to have victims on the ground affected by the blast, and you need to remove them from there. And in order to do that, you need to follow some considerations. One of them is that you need to have firefighters, in this case, will have to have full protection to avoid contamination on skin and inhalation. You need, in developing a proper response plan, you need to have access to knowledge, and the knowledge should come from a radiation protection officer. That person will be able to tell first responders how long they can stay in that area. If it is hot, they need to have the time duration limitation in place. And this requires, again, preparedness. The above will depend on the geometry of the device, and my colleagues in Sandia National Laboratory have done more than 500 tests, and that depends on the geometry and how you want to spread this contamination. And the charge and the type of explosive used. So, since we do not know that on beforehand, you need to be cautious at all times, and you need to be conservative at all times. Low wind speeds, we had, at that time, some of the dispersion was only due to the blast. Local weather conditions were very stable and the wind was very low. The wind speed was low. So we actually measured contaminants present even after 15 minutes after the blast. So again, full protective gear is a must. We did observe the bi-modal size distribution of aerosols. The blast helps particles to grow bigger. So you have a 10 micrometer particle size available, but you also have 1 micrometer available, and that's the inhalable part that you need to be concerned about. In the case of the equal-born ID, most of the material will remain in the vehicle. The observed dose rates are probably 1,000-fold lower than if you use an IED. But essentially, most of the material will remain in the vehicle, and that makes your hard in forensics, and I'm looking at it, in forensics very hard. It's going to be very, very hard indeed. And I think, grazie mille.
Thank you. Carlos, milles double it. But it's all right. We appreciate the effort. Also, you stay on time. That's appreciated. And there is, in fact, a chance for one question. And here it is.
My name is Maurizio Martellini. Very, very interesting. I see many of these exercises. They like one important factor, the mass psychological destruction. I mean, usually in my previous life I was a jihadist, Ishab, and I jogged. And I think that if somebody is entering in underground, Brussels or London or Rome, with a suitable, saying, starting to say, I am a dirty bomb Shahid. I think many causalities are due to the mass, to the mass. So I think that this scenario needed to be complemented, and we done in the States, in Harvard, must be complemented with the psychological and communication, right communication information. Otherwise, you don't really protect the civil population. I should appreciate to know your comment.
Absolutely right. I have to condense my presentation, my 3 years of research in 20 minutes, and 50 minutes.
Oh,
you gave me 50 minutes.
Yeah.
But you're absolutely right.
You came back late.
It's a whole package, and the human perception. If I dare to ask in the audience who is afraid of radiation, probably 80% would say yes, I am. And yet, when the doctor says you need a CT scan, everybody agrees. And the dose for a CT scan is quite a lot. But
yeah.
It's all in your mind. It's all in the mind. And it does need, you do need to address that properly. And it's part of the education. My task at the moment is educating first responders, because they're in the first line. Educating the public is a completely different game. And in addition, we have seen, and I have seen, that there are some attempts of disruption by using chemicals, and at the same time you're using the cyber means to interfere with the actions. So if you have an event of this type, most likely you will have fake news as well. Exactly. And that's a different ballgame.
Exactly.
But it's part of the whole scheme in preparing. Thank you for your question. There's another one. But right below there.
Oh my God, I have to surrender to the general here. Go ahead.
Only short question. You have imagined to control the effects of releasing a dirty bomb from a mini RPG that release it not on the ground but in Canyon Street, but not on the ground, but 15 meters or more. That now, unfortunately, these vehicles can support more than 20 kilos of
payload.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we didn't do that. We just had one of these with a camera to document but again, this is one possible scenario. I think that the main issue is to find the right venue to organize this event and do the science and derive from the science something practical that can be useful to you and also to those protecting the civilian population.
I think on that note, I have to move on, but that's a good point. You need to start exercises and then you realize whether they're realistic or not. But one has to start and you do your best and then you see where things could be different, how you could implement the kind of mentality that was being mentioned, and all the other components that are not easy to predict before you do the actual experiment, so to say. Okay, Lisa, would you like to introduce our next speaker?
With pleasure. So, I'm just trying to get the next presentation started. So here we are. Okay, it's my pleasure to introduce to you Mrs. Milica Kaninski from Serbia. She's the director of the, now I need to read it out not to make any mistakes, Wencha Institute of Nuclear Science in Belgrade. The institute has approximately 1,000 people staff, and out of those 1,000 we're looking at 500 PhD and PhD students that do research in about, no not in about, in 20 different technical departments. I have been working with them for a number of years. Also, one of the modules for the master course last year was run at their facility. So whatever you want and need to know in terms of CBRN, you'll find it at that institute. Milica, please.
Thank you, Peter. Do I have to pronounce my name? Milica Marčeta Kaninski? Okay. Well, the overview of this presentation is actually what this whole workshop is all about, and that is promotion of an important issue, which is enhancing the capabilities to prevent, detect, and respond to unwanted radioactive and nuclear incidents. Possible threats that I will talk about are improvised nuclear devices or radiological dispersal devices. A few words about measures to detect and respond, and a few words about field trainings and importance of field trainings. So we have numerous international legislation that are covering this area. So criminal or unauthorized acts involving nuclear and other radioactive material and technology have emerged as a major threat to global security. And over the past several decades, a range of international legal instruments, they represented some of them here, as treaties, conventions, or resolutions, have been adopted to deal with these issues of radiation protection, nuclear non-proliferation, and nuclear and radiation safety and security, physical protection, nuclear transport, and emergency assistance. So what are radiological and nuclear threats? These are nuclear explosive devices, a nuclear material to build an improvised nuclear explosive device, radioactive material to construct a radiological dispersal device, and the dispersal of radioactivity through a sabotage of installation in which nuclear and other radioactive material can be found. So terrorism that makes use of chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear, and explosive materials possess a clear threat to public health and safety, national security, and economic and political stability on a global level. As such, and as a previous speaker told us, the prevention of such incidents is of the highest priorities. So the terrorism, by definition, is the unlawful use or threatened use of force or violence against individuals or property in order to intimidate. The RN threats are persistent problems with the illicit trafficking in nuclear and other radioactive materials, and thefts, losses, and unauthorized activities. The IAEA, International Atomic Energy Agency, reported 1,266 incidents by 99 countries over the last 12 years, including 18 incidents involving highly enriched uranium or plutonium. So, what are improvised nuclear devices? INDs can be categorized in two types, implosion and gun assembly. INDs require fissile material, highly enriched uranium or plutonium, to produce a nuclear yield. Apart from the question of preventing transfers of complete explosive devices, which is under international legislation, there is also a need to prevent transfers of nuclear material. And the nuclear material is any special fissile material or source material that may be used for development of nuclear weapon. And these are uranium and its isotopes, but also thorium and plutonium. So the essential aspects of nuclear material is that in sufficient quantities, it may be used to construct a nuclear explosive device. So nuclear explosion can occur only when the nuclear material has enough quantity and this quantity exceeds a certain threshold. However, the incidents involving nuclear material that is not in a quantity sufficient to produce INDs may nevertheless pose health, safety, and also environmental risks. And the world's only experience with a nuclear explosion targeting the human population occurred in Japan in 1945, and we all know incident. So what are then RDBs? These are designed to disperse radioactive material to cause destruction, contamination, and injury from ionizing radiation produced by the material. And RDBs can be almost any size, defined only by the amount of radioactive material and explosive. So RDBs is a commercial bomb, and it is often called a dirty bomb, but it is not a yield-producing nuclear device. These devices combine radioactive material with the conventional explosives, and when detonating, they disperse the radioactive material over a wide area, contaminating persons, property, and the environment. And most casualties produced by an explosive RDBs are from the results from the blasts and fragmentation effects created by the explosive charge, though a small number of individuals might suffer long-term medical effects such as cancer or genetic damage. And any kind of radioactive materials that is used in science, medicine, agriculture can be good candidates for RDBs. So what are measures to detect and prevent? The transportation represents a key stage in illicit trafficking of nuclear and radioactive materials. And the international and national legislation on transport, known as a hard law, are trying to prevent this type of incidents. EIAA safeguards and additional protocols for nuclear materials has the same purpose. Of course, every country has a national regulatory body for radioactive materials, and they have to be asked, and the license has to be purchased if any transportation of nuclear and radioactive materials would have to take place. Of course, specialized forces to detect suspicious activities with defined such protocols are also important, especially on places such as the factory where somebody is producing with radioactive materials, or borders. What are measures to respond? The response measures can be reactive or proactive. In general terms, discovery or disclosure of an authorized act requires an immediate reactive response, while writing papers can come later, and this is a proactive response. So, one of the major challenges faced by first responders is actually a radiological incident and RDBs attacks. So, they need to be trained to use detection equipment with the instruments. They need to know how to plan and coordinate detection in case of incidents, and also decontamination activities. So trainings are a good starting point for developing both reactive and proactive response of first responders. Trainings can be different in design and content, and some of the content of the trainings should be basic radiation safety, detection and measurements techniques, work in contaminated area, use of protective tools and personal protective equipment, decontamination procedure, nuclear forensics, environmental sampling and sample measurements, radiation emergency response and preparedness, and of course radioactive and nuclear waste management. Design of training, and we always insist, and that is something that we do for us, on live agent training. With the sealed and unsealed radiation sources, we believe it is important that first responders should be trained with a live agent because of the psychological point. There is a difference when we use the simulants or with live agent trainings. The facilities that are used are usual classroom, good equipped laboratory, and training field platform. The trainings can be modular and tailored to specific scenarios, search and secure, dirty bombs, and so on. And of course, what is also important for first responders are coordination and planning of action in case of incidents. You can see here some pictures from the laboratories where trainees learn how to use detection equipment and also how to pass from the hot zone to warm zone and from the warm zone to cold zone. Also, you can see the pictures here in the field trainings of decontamination of an army vehicle and also use of detection equipment. The trainings are planned to first responders to know when the incidents happen, how to mark the hot zone where the contamination is present, how to mark the warm zone where decontamination will be done, and of course the safe side of the cauldron. So any training at field should have the same plan like this one. Of course, what is important in trainings is individual and workspace monitoring, and you can see here in slides the pictures of personal dosimeters and detection equipment. They are produced in our institute, and also the environmental monitoring. So we believe that education is the best prevention, and this is something that now we are devoted to. We did not start a long time ago, but that is something that Dieter and his colleagues actually recognized in our institute, and thanks to him, I am proud. Thank you very much.
We're also perfectly on time, perfectly clear. There is time for a question or two. We have here representatives of different centers in Italy where activities in the field are carried out. I wonder whether there is coordination, or if there could be coordination at the European level in order to conduct drills of this kind. What is happening?
Well, we actually have good coordination. This year we been trained by Europol's trainees and their instructors from 28 countries, from candidates. What I think is the advantage of the training drill site at the institute is actually the fact that you have 500 scientists for all different, it is a multidisciplinary institute, so you have there medicine, chemistry, biology, mechanical engineering, everything what is necessary for CBRNe problems that we are facing now. So new techniques in decontamination, new methods in detection, that is something that the scientists in the institute are doing on a regular basis, and that is a knowledge that they can transfer to trainees when they are coming in our institute. So that's why science is really important for CBRNe, and I was really looking forward to the University of Tor Vergata to have this master's studies, and I hope that they will reach the level of the studies also.
It's definitely the plan, as far as I can tell, yes. Okay, it looks like we can, well, thank you again. And we now have Commander Polidoro. Commander Polidoro is from the Italian Navy, and he specializes in facing threats that may come from the sea, unusual, or considered an unusual scenario, but one we should take seriously. Correct?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for the invitation in this workshop. Let me introduce myself. I am Commander Polidoro, CBRNe Section Chief in Naval General Staff in Rome. This is my agenda, and I want let me to spend some word about the role of Italian Navy in CBRN events. I think that it's a common opinion to believe that CBRN events may involve the land aspect, but I believe that is not true. This Navy every day is interested in CBRN events, like the radiological survey during the presence of nuclear propulsion ship in our harbor. Remember that there are 11 harbor authorized to receive a propulsion nuclear ship in Italian nation. The Navy, we don't forget the recovery of sea-dumped ammunition sunk during World War II. Some of these are chemical ammunition, and this is a very heavy work for our organization. In this slide you can see the number of ammunition that are recovered. The last years are more than 20,000, and this year are more than 200,000 ammunition. Some one of them are chemical ammunition, is IPRES or other chemical agent like white phosphorus. We don't forget all the activity in Mediterranean Sea, especially during the exodus of migrants for the biological emergency that sometimes required a medical evacuation with a special device like our isolator or any activity, rescue activity that are often conducted in a very terrible condition. I remember, you consider all the cargoes that move at sea with chemical agent or other dangerous good. Navy have a specific activity in CBRN warning reporting net. The benefit of this organization in this, the benefit of maritime organization in this organization is that the ship have the capability to observe the incident at sea. It's very important because ship and the HQ in the HQ fleet have the capability to plot the hazard area and to advise, to alert all the ship, military and merchant ship that move in this area too. And the last we have is under the hub of Italian Navy, the Joint Center Study Military Application. The task of this center is to cover all the aspects of the radiological and nuclear materials, but the center is national the center is a reference in national Ricerca organization and support the joint CBRN Defense Center of Excellence in Maritime Interdiction Operation 2. We don't forget some occasional activity that have seen the Italian Navy operated, for example, in escort of Capri, the ship that used to neutralize the Syrian chemical weapons in Mediterranean Sea some years ago, and the support of OPCW in some activity like the transfer of chemical samples from Libyan to accredited European laboratories. And we started to the argument of today. The NATO noted that the spread of CBRN weapons as substance and the possibility that the terrorists will acquire them as the principal threats from the Alliance for the next years. This is very important, and it's important to understand that the need to limit the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction cannot fail to take into account another aspect. But this is why. This slide is very common in NATO community. This slide shows, pay attention, because this slide shows the time that needed to a terrorist attack to prepare a CBRN attack. In medium, the time requested to a terrorist to prepare an attack is 1 year, but in the final phases is very, very short, included some weeks. But the main core, the core of this activity is the supply and the transporter of the source or the chemical agent. If we want to have a good result in the proliferation of weapon mass destruction, we need to stop this activity in these phases, the supply and transporter. And why the maritime aspect is so important. The International Atomic Energy report that more than 300 Interdiction of Radiological Materials, Science 1993, 30 of these involving special nuclear material are found during this activity. It's important to understand that more than 90% of international cargoes move by sea. Customs reported that approximately 10% of shipped cargoes are opened and inspected. The weight component of radiological and nuclear materials lend itself to ocean shipping. It's easy to shield masks with surrounding materials. Vast areas of world oceans are unmonitored, and maritime law ambiguous an authority to detain divert ship moving CBRN cargoes in international waters. This is not true, for example, for the overland air cargoes subject to national and international traffic laws. Since September 2001, maritime interdiction operation by NATO have find that there is a gap in the instrument, in the detectors to bring this activity, especially the lack of standoff radiological and nuclear detectors. The NATO, since 2006, started some test experiments about this activity. First of all, to understand the capability, if there is technology that permits to have a standoff detector for radiological and nuclear materials. Second, maritime CBRN experiments are conducted to evaluate impact of adding radiological and nuclear detection to existing boarding party, manning and training. And the last, the assessed to ability of selected man portable and mobile, both helicopter mounted, radiological and nuclear system to detect the presence of sample radiological and nuclear materials through bulkheads, decks and other shielding on board a merchant vessel. The result was satisfaction, standoff detection, localization, identification of gamma radiation, CBRN material, especially for radiological and nuclear material. It's possible at sea. It's possible up to 10 meters. Why? Why? Because thanks to the low maritime background now. Through some level of shielding, I remember that the ship is, we can consider a ship a lot of metal box that shielding these materials, with commercial off-the-shelf technology that it's possible to handle it with, have the capability of the boarding team to move on board with this detector, or with ship, boat, airboat. Other result with this instrument don't modify too much the actual organization of the boarding team. In manning, but instructor, not too much work are required to modify the substructure or the structure of halo or boat that have the possibility to move with this detector. With minimal additional training, and this provides enhanced safety to the force. Other results that not all the detectors tested are fully suitable for this activity. A limited contingency capability is currently possible. Reachback continue to remain essential for this activity. Detector is a very important factor in this activity, but is not a full capability, or is only a fraction of full capability. We need other aspects We need a training for the operators. We need a strong reach-back activity to complete this type of action at sea. This is a picture that shows typical detectors that are mounted in a boat. That this boat, before that the command decide to approach the merchant ship, this boat move around the merchant ship to search if there is some radiological aspect that need to investigate. This other picture show other usage of this detector in airborne, seaborne or portable, which have the capability to have a very low false alarm and not present hazard risk to the crew and NATO forces. Radiological and nuclear detection, in principle, always is possible. Radiation can be shielded and attenuated, but not extinguished. Gamma spectrometry for helicopter, supplemented by a sensitive detector of neutrons, supplemented by thermocamera. Why thermocamera? It's important because all radiological sources cause a thermal effect. This is very important, for example, in a container. The container is the main means that the smuggler used to transfer the radiological or chemical agent, and this thermal activity can be shown, can be detected by the thermocamera too. Which activities related to CBRN training? CBRN boarding doctrine is we need to change because actually the maritime interdiction operation doctrine is suitable for standard maritime interdiction operation, not in CBRN environment. But we need to modify this doctrine, we need to modify the procedures, we need to modify the training too, because we need to follow a training like as you find. This means that we need to have the presence of sources, radiological sources in our training. This required to be stored, safeguard, to identify new facilities, new training area, etc., etc., etc. I conclude my presentation. Remember that the emergency weapons mass destruction threat, the illicit trafficking via the sea likely to evolve and increase, need to address capability gap recognized at the strategic level. New procedures need to be developed, modified in our organization. CBRN, weapon mass destruction stakeholder expertise and guidance needed to prevent develop procedures in isolation, and probably certainly we need the support of Army for complete our preparation, the preparation of boarding team in this activity. Specific detection training are paramount for this activity, and last, the training need to be addressed in the early stage of concept development. I conclude my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Commander, I'd like to make a point myself to your presentation, which I appreciated. I also appreciated that you mentioned the center, Pisa, near Pisa, very close to our university. We collaborate closely. Yes, we cannot build towers, can we? There are many centers that we know of in Rieti, Civitavecchia, and of course this one in Pisa. But I would like to mention also something else. Our two major sponsoring companies that are here today, so we have KAIN and we have SIT. As far as I know, they both develop systems or are thinking of systems that can work underwater.
You mentioned detectors that were on boats. I wonder whether there is an interest. See, this is one field where I think we could take a leading role if there were contact, exchange of information with the end users who also set the specifications. That's something I would encourage you to do. To my knowledge, Kind develops detectors that can work underwater, and to my knowledge, SIT, I don't see there. People here is considering systems that can do interrogation, examination of objects, also working underwater. That's something where we could take a leading role, and I think it would be appropriate if I may make that
yes,
comment.
the special force have a specific or special camera that sealed the detectors, but depends to the size of the detector. I'm not sure, but probably I'm confident that the Italian Special Forces, the COMSUB, is Special Italian Navy Forces, have some camera, some shielding device that protect this detector and are able to operate underwater. Yes.
As technical commander, I coordinate the technical activities of the two Italian research center and experimentation. The first one is in Montelibretti and is the research center that work about the automotive systems. The second one is the center in Civitavecchia that is named CETLI, and that is the test center that works about the CBRN affairs for the Army. Today, I want to take the opportunity to hand the specialization certificate and signed by the Chief of the Italian Army Engineer Corps, Lieutenant General Francesco Casadelato, that conclude the specialization period of two young officers that have successfully completed the master course. The first one is the Captain Marco Magazzini. There are three signs that conclude this moment. One star is the insignia that is on his jacket, and especially the Minerva face that is inside the inside. When they were, excuse me, student, but it's not correct to say student, because they could be engineer or they have already a university qualification. Then there is the stripe that says what kind of specialization they had. There is a black and white. Mine is black and blue, but it is the specialization for automotive systems, while it is for the biological chemical system. And the third one is the card signed by the chief of the engineer corps that tells them officially that they have completed their cultural education. The second young officer that receives these symbols is Lieutenant Francesca Furlan. Lieutenant Fumian had already completed their education before becoming Italian officers, because they got the specialization when she was civilian. And I am very happy to give her the certification, because I was the president of the commission that examined she and other of the young officers for their enrolling in the army. So also to Lieutenant Sunyan, she has already the insignia, the stripe, and the certification. Attention, and the words can go.
Thank you, Francesco. We have the first speaker, that is the invited speaker of the workshop, is Professor Protezione from the National Research Center for Radiation Medicine in Ukraine. And he will talk about official and unofficial dosimetric measurements, the way from Chernobyl to post-Fukushima cyclical science. It is not necessary. You can use this to change the slide. Go on the bottom.
Good afternoon. It's always a challenge to give first talk after the lunch. The second largest challenge after giving the first talk of the day. But I hope that you will remain awakened during the next half an hour and until the end of the day. I was invited here to talk about the completely new phenomenon which appeared a little bit after Chernobyl, but then it developed to some degree of maturity after Fukushima and now still progressing. It is called citizen science in application to radiological emergency. You know that citizen science is very popular now. There's meteorological observations, some zoology, biology, etc. But in application to radiation emergency response, it's quite new. And why such milestones as shown at Fukushima attained? Probably you know about the International Nuclear Emergency Scale, INES. It is introduced by EIA, International Atomic Energy Agency. And each event, each emergency can be classified and scaled by this scale. And the severest emergencies has level 7, and everything below level 3 is insignificant and is not associated with potential harm to public. Speaking about the nuclear emergencies, one needs to keep in mind that there are different pathways which can affect public and respondents, and this includes external and internal radiation. External can come from, for instance, clouds, which can pass away and those rays drop low very fast, but also some activity is deposited, and this causes long-term effects, long-term consequences. And also, internal exposure is might be very significant and should be taken into account. Speaking about these two events, you know that in reactors there is an enormous number of radionuclides. Most of them are not dosimetrically or biologically significant because they decay very fast. So even if the containment is broken, if release starts, most of these radionuclides don't reach humans. This is also related to noble gases which escape and go to atmosphere high enough not to interfere with humans. In case of nuclear reactor accident, both in Chernobyl and Fukushima, the major dose-forming radionuclides, as we call them, are radioactive iodine, and iodine-131 is only one of them. There are a number of other shorter-lived radionuclides. Iodine-131 has a half-life of 80 days. That means that for couple of months it caused real threat and real hazard to environment and to people eventually. And also a season which is long-lived, about 30 years, and season 137. And season 134, which is about 2 years, but in the first weeks and months and years after the accident, it's also significant. Given the feeling of these events and the scale, there are some examples. So as I had mentioned, the only two events which got higher to level 7 are Chernobyl and Fukushima. Although you can see from this previous slide that the release differ by order of magnitude. The Chernobyl and Fukushima released much less materials. The level 6 is only one example. It's Kishtim accident when in the storage, red-based storage in southern Urals in the nuclear production facility. It was a chemical explosion, thermal explosion, and environment was contaminated with large amount of radionuclides, and the main dose form of radionuclide was strontium-90. Also, there were a couple of accidents of level 5, and as an example of level 4 is a criticality accident in Takaya Mura in 1999. So here is some outline of these events, like Kishtim. So the population which was affected was 270,000 people. Although it's sparsely a populated area, but still 23 settlements had to be evacuated, and the residents received significant doses. Level 5 is 3 Mile Island, which is mainly about the meltdown of the core of the reactor, and most of radioactivity, except of noble gases and a little bit of iodine, remained contained. So that's why it was assigned to level 5. Now only this plaque, memorizing plaque, is the only residual of this accident. In Guyana, it's a kind of orphan source or lost source situation, which probably you may face one day in your practice. You know this accident, and you know that 4 lives were lost, and about 250 persons were found to be significantly contaminated. Now coming to Chernobyl. In Chernobyl, it happened in '86. One reactor was completely destroyed, including the building and containment. So all activity get access to the environment, and the releases lasted for 10 days. The main dose-forming radionuclides can fall to 4 different categories. So noble gases, as I mentioned, they flew away and they don't contribute much to the doses of workers and public. Also, there were an immense but different volatility. It's important because the temperature of fire of the reactor was different at different times, and the release was in different days consisted of different radionuclides. Some of them are long-lived, like strontium, like cesium-137, like americium, and even plutonium is there in the hot particles. The affected population, so 30 persons died soon after the accident, 2 in the time of the accident, and 28 as a result of acute radiation syndrome. About 130 were diagnosed and confirmed acute radiation syndrome. But also, if you look at the number of affected population, it's 6.4 million in contaminated territories of Ukraine, Belarus, and Russia. So the contamination was very heterogeneous, very uneven. And speaking about the emergency response, the first action was evacuation. And this evacuation was started from Pripyat town, which had 50,000 persons population. It was organized in the way which is possible only in totalitarian country like the Soviet Union. So 1,250 buses were mobilized and delivered to Pripyat area. In 1.5 hours, all 50,000 were put into these buses and moved away from Pripyat. In later days, this evacuation zone was expanded, and altogether about 115,000 people were evacuated, mainly from Ukraine. about 90,000, but also from Belarus. These villages were abandoned, and any use was stopped.
Yeah.
Also, another kind of emergency response started immediately after the accident. It was mainly making barriers, cleaning, decontamination, and some radiological inspection, but also quite heroic and as turned out later, quite useless example is the dropping of materials from helicopters to the destroyed reactor. It was useless by two reasons. One is it's not always possible to hit the target, but it's only part of the problem. The main problem is that if they hit the target, they encapsulate the residuals of the destroyed reactor, and the temperature increased, and the elements which would never fly away without this, that they will become available to environment. So it's a negative effect of the presumably wise and reasonable countermeasure. Now, to understand the situation and how it evolved and what happened in the Soviet Union, Ukraine was a part of the Soviet Union at that time, Belarus and Russia. So we had nearly the totalitarian political system. So it's absolutely the power of Communist Party and KGB. All aspects are controlled, no free media. The only radio broadcasts we can get news are from abroad, like Voice of America, Radio Freedom, etc. And also, it's a different era in terms of humankind. So we had, at that time, it was no internet, no email, no social media, no GPS, no Google Maps, no drones, and so on. So, first, about reflection in media, because it's very important the response of public, the reaction of population to a radiological emergency, as it was mentioned today. So, the doses is not the main hazard during this kind of emergency. The public perception, panic, and so on is really the issue. So Soviet media, the first very short message in the newspapers appeared 4 days after the accident. By that time, Pripyat was evacuated, emergency work started, a lot of things happened, and there were some rumors, but still no official announcement. The first real big interview by President Gorbachev appeared only on 15th of May. International media started first reports on April 29, and you can see how this information looked. So here is some Ukrainian newspaper about 1st May celebration. In Ukraine it's Festival of Peace and Creation. And only very small message about something in Chernobyl. The first message was not about nuclear accident, but about fire on nuclear power plant. There is a fire, and the firefighters are keeping under control. So if you look at the Western media, it was really much more information, but also much more exaggeration. But as a result of this, it was a deficit of public trust to official sources. And this problem was even worsened by the fact that many public events were not cancelled, for instance in Kyiv. It was 1st of May, it was Labor Day demonstration, and everybody was supposed to be on the streets and celebrating this Labor Day. And you see some real photos from these days. Also, it was on 8th of May, it was Peace Bicycle Race, which was also not cancelled. It was an international event and which also not appropriate. At the same time, in Chernobyl, there were cleanup and recovery began. The first attempts were done, were applied to do it with robotic means. Some robots were put on the roofs of the destroyed nuclear power plant building to clean up from the debris, because when a reactor exploded, a lot of active zone fragments happened on the roofs, and they made quite a radiological hazard. But eventually it turned out that it's not efficient. And after that, the army was involved to clean up by hand, by shovels, by buckets. And so, you know, we have some sense of humor, and these guys were called biorobots. So robots failed, so biorobots, humans, had to deal with it. And if you look at the photographs, so there were some attempts to protect people, to put lead aprons and some protective gear. But after all, after the end of this mission, it was concluded that this heavy gear was slowing them down. As a result, the doses these people received were even higher than if they would run very fast without this heavy protection. Coming to the next step. So again, it's a Soviet system-driven phenomenon. It was in autumn, in 7th of November, it's a celebration of this great Soviet social revolution. And in Soviet Union, all significant events were assigned to some dates of this. 1st of May, 7th of November, never Christmas at that time. And as a result, a lot of efforts were put to construct the object shelter, the shelter over the destroyed reactor. You can see how it looked in course of construction. And a lot of manpower, a lot of efforts was put. And again, remember that at that time, not all short-lived radionuclides had already decayed. So the dose rates dropped fast, but work was going on even faster. So a lot of unnecessary exposure was delivered to the participants of this war. But as Communist Party told, by the 7th of November, this shelter was finalized. Another countermeasure was mass radiological monitoring. And I don't want to read my slides, but indeed it started as some barriers, some collection of data on doses and mapping and whole body counting. And this part of the job was quite efficient. So it was done quite efficiently, and you can see that these measurements, which were done, started hours after the accident, helped to evaluate doses and exposures and potential harm to the public. So this is a very good example of thyroid measurements for radioactive iodine. As I mentioned, it's only 8 days of physical decay and 5 days of biological half-life. So that means that if you don't make measurements very soon after the event, you cannot assess the doses. The dose is there, but you don't know what is the dose. So this work was organized in quite good manner, particularly in Ukraine. It was done by different teams, and Ukraine was lucky because the team from Leningrad was assigned to Ukraine, and it was performed the duty very well. Also, whole body counting for cesium was started in July '86, and by now 1.5 million of measurements were done. It's a network of whole body counters, which is supervised, calibrated from the single center. But in situations of such kind, there are two major issues. One is that contamination is very heterogeneous always. And from the very beginning, you have very strong deficit of data. You cannot map everything in one day. So it takes time to make a good mapping. At the same time, the dose rate decay very fast. And as a result, we have this problem that the dose rates are dropping, and the amount of information is growing, but quite slowly. And this initial period is very important because it's very sparse information, which is essential for planning, for prediction, for protection, and it's simply not in place. So that had some consequences, some objective, some subjective. Objective is a deficit of information. Subjective, people did not trust to official data. They started to look for truth. They start to listen to self-appointed experts, which is also a situation in Fukushima. And people wanted to have some independent measurements and independent opinions. So that was done in two ways, actually. There are some, so the schematics of Geiger counter is not very complicated. So if you have soldering skills, you can design it yourself or implement some public design. And many people did it. Of course, these instruments were not calibrated, the response was not type tested, it was not clear what are they measuring at all, but it was in Chernobyl after the accident. And also in Kiev and in other places, there are a lot of institutes where there are a lot of instruments used for official purposes, but they were used unofficially to to make measurements at families and homes and so on, to provide some safety feeling or alarm feeling for the public. But very soon the situation had changed, because it was a special decree of the Cabinet of Ministers that any information related to Chernobyl is declassified. Originally it started to be classified, and actually this Kishnin accident, which was very big by that time, we learned about it only in the late 90s, I guess. Because all decades before that it was strictly classified and nobody knows it. In Chernobyl the situation changed very soon, thanks to perestroika, the glasnost, and as a result, public participated in the measurements, and they started to build up the trust to the measurements. Also, it was a burst of production of cheap and very simple but affordable instruments for personal use. And as a result, the situation has changed, and the final point was brought by the EIR International Chernobyl Project in 1990, when the world best experts come to Ukraine, Belarus and Russia, made their own measurements, inspected the results of measurements done locally, and concluded the real scale of the impact on the environment and on humans. And from this point, people start believing to the information that this problem of perception has gone. So, the lessons and summary for Chernobyl situation. So, first of all, this self-made measurements, unofficial measurements, did not contribute to official data sets, because it was no infrastructure, it was no modern technologies which we have now, and also because it was plentiful measurements of official kind at that time. But they helped to build assurances of people in the official data and unofficial and international, so it was really good to have that at Chernobyl time. But what happened in Fukushima? Fukushima occurred 25 years after Chernobyl. Amazingly, initial phase of Fukushima was following Chernobyl footprints. All kinds of mistakes we did were repeated in Japan. All kinds of deficiencies we observed in Chernobyl happened in Japan, by different reasons. Definitely it was different situation, but the outcome was the same, including the self-appointed experts. I would not mention the name, but it was some guy from Britain giving broadcast. After 10 broadcasts, 11th recommended to buy his pills to protect against radiation. So it was, in my opinion, it was biased opinion, but many people listened to that and were very perceptive. Situation had changed when safecast appeared. Probably most of you know about safecast, this self-arranged network of amateur measurements, which went quite professional. And the idea was that there are some very simple instrument which was sold as a do-yourself kit. You can buy parts, the complete set, then follow instruction, and you get your big instrument by safecast. This instrument has GPS capability. It costs $550. It's not too much for Japan, maybe too much for Ukraine, but still it's affordable, and it has GPS capability, it has networking, so it's possible to make measurements and communicate to the network. So they can be assembled at your home if you want, or there are some clubs where people can do it in co-working environment. So this instrument is very agile and versatile. It can put on a car, it can put on a copter if you want. You can carry it yourself, or like this with a bicycle. And as a result, it's a very broad network of measurements. So you see that on the left slide that there is many along the roads, but this is information which was missing from official sources at the beginning. And it was very great contribution to the information array after Fukushima. And you can see that the number of measured observations was growing exponentially after the accident. Also, it was the first, but not the last manifestation of this phenomenon, because many commercial and non-commercial companies started to launch that in some scientific institutions and some startups. And as a result, now it's a kind of trend.
So Safecast was a keynote setter, and now it's kind of commonplace. But now there is still a further way of development, and we observe how it develops. First of all, each mobile phone, even without any external detector, can act as a bad quality but dosimeter. So CCD camera can be used as a detector of ionizing radiation, and in case of emergency, it can contribute to the data, and also to assurance of the mobile phone code. Also, on the market there is a number of external detectors which can be connected by Bluetooth and can contribute high quality measurements to the general network. Also, there is a tendency of integration of these amateur measurements to the official networks. You know, there are some official networks for monitoring of natural background, for emergency, but now there are some attempts and some signs of this convergence between these amateur networks and professional. And also, what is quite new is the use of personal drones, which are very small and very affordable now, for aerial monitoring. So if you look at each of these developments, so originally the radiological measurements, should be some big car with a lot of equipment, which is bulky, heavy, highly specialized, and then it's Safecast, and now it's personal applications. And actually, one of the posters is allocated at this conference is allocated to this apps and analysis, and there is a special project within the concert program, which is called Shamisen Sings, and Paolo Fatibene is present here, and you might ask her about the details of this. But there is a number of applications you can buy in the App Store or in the Google Store and convert your mobile phone to dosimeter. Also about aerial mapping, so you have to have quite a big aircraft for that. Then the equipment miniaturized, you can use a helicopter. The next step was to use this commercial drones like T-Hawk, which is very expensive, quite heavy, and not always as efficient as Fukushima shows. But now it can go to the small drones, which everyone can possess and can operate. Another aspect, before you integrate this data to the official networks, you need to be sure that what is measured has a sense. That means some calibration, standardization, some type testing, selection of discrimination of bad and good applications and instruments, also data exchange protocols, training of the users. You know that if you make measurements of those rates, it's okay, I'm close to the finish. So you know that when you make measurements, it should be done in some standard geometry 1 meter above the ground level. If some amateur takes measurements, he brings it on the ground, which doesn't make much sense because of local heterogeneity. So in this Shamisen project, it was discussed to have some scripts ready for the emergency, and then if emergency occurred, to ask some celebrities like Brad Pitt, Donald Trump, or whatever, to read this script and explain how to make measurements, what is the essence of these measurements, how they should be done, and broadcast, and this will reach 70% of population within hours. So that's an issue of users. But also another issue is the big data approach, because in the area of this data, definitely will be some percentage of very bad quality data. But also it will be a lot of useful data. So the methods how to discriminate bad from good data is another issue for scientific research and development. So coming back to the issue of emergency monitoring and response and CBRN issues. So unofficial measurements, what we call citizen science. First of all, they can provide bulky, low-quality measurements absolutely free, which is also essential. So everyone possesses a telephone. If he or she wants, they buy external detectors. They download the app also for free, and enormous network of millions of observation points migrating
can start contributing to this information. And also another important aspect is immediate feedback to the end users. So the user of the telephone can immediately contribute his data to the center and also get some information from the center. Is it safe to be where I am? What does it mean, this counts per minute and millisieverts, becquerels, etc. But still there is a indispensable place for official measurements, because the highly specialized measurements still need to be done, particularly the measurements which require sampling, gamma spectrometry, high-cost equipment, and so on. So that means that this citizen science can only complement the official network, cannot replace them, and never will replace. So as a result, there are two main roles of this unofficial goals measurement. First is public assurance, and the project Shamisen thinks is dealing with that. And actually, there is a survey or some questionnaire of general public. Anyone can participate. It's open. There is a barcode on the presentation. You can scan and go to the site directly. About the needs of public, what do they expect from these apps and from this instrumentation, which is both useful to the end users, to stakeholders, and to researchers within this project. And also, another role is this express first-line monitoring and maybe immediately after the exit, before highly professional teams arrive to scene and make their job. Well, so now conclusions. Right. Almost the last slide. So, 25 years between Chernobyl and Fukushima marked the quantum leap in development of technologies and perception, and this was not only in instrumentation or radiation measurement instrumentation, but also such effects as globalizations, lowering borders, communication technologies like internet, iridium, and so on, social networks. Everything here now, and it's very useful for this purpose. So citizen science in this area become quite advanced discipline with some rules, with some methodology, some approaches, and this discipline is still developing. Another message I would like to stress is that these unofficial measurements will never replace official ones. So there is no competition, it's rather complement. And also what is very important, as specialists in CBRN, you know that doses or even chemical impact or whatsoever is many times is nothing compared to psychological impact. And this self-assurance is a very important issue in application of citizen science. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Just something very, very important that you said. There's nothing good about what happened on September 11, 2001. But there is something useful, meaning that since then, several governments, especially in the West, invested very heavily both in radiation measurement devices, radiation detectors, a lot of materials, scintillators that until then had been too expensive to develop. And the other thing is data processing. Data processing was a major sort of quantum leap that took place. And what you just described, that is sort of big data analytics, the ability to see anomalies on scarce or sparse data, where data points that by themselves are meaningless become meaningful, is crucial. Especially because it allows mapping of large, sometimes rural peripheral areas where you don't have the official monitors. So I think that this is an important message that you delivered, and probably it's key to ensuring the safety of the countries at this point.
And also, I would stress again that the public involvement is very important.
Yes.
It's only one example, but there are other examples. I don't have time to give this, but you can imagine, for instance, in this war in Ukraine, so it was very, very low level. There were no drones for military use. So volunteers in Ukraine immediately, the next month, they developed some drones, and now they bring it to the level of sophistication. It was done without any investment, without any participation of the state. So it's a good example.
That's exactly what I meant with saying that the points coming from also rural areas. We have our last last speaker that has arrived, and we welcome him and invite him to join the group here at this desk. We now have two presentations from two Italian advanced technology companies. One is given by from Time, and the other one is given by pair of speakers, Francesco Zanetti and Giuseppe Felici from SIT. And they will tell us about developments both relating to measurements that were done in Fukushima, so again, data from a reactor accident, and then some new developments that have to do with interdicting the entrance of weapons in a country. And I'm very happy to say that these are two main sponsors of the meeting and really contribute to the science and technology that will be described today. So they tie in very nicely with what Vladimir just said. Introducing Massimo is not easy. He has done just about everything that one can do in the field of nuclear radiation measurements. Almost all the agencies want to work for, he has worked at. And so I'll just let him talk for himself and describe what experience they gathered after the Fukushima accident.
At that time I was in charge of the area radiological survey and the measurements for spectroscopy. Then I became later on a teacher of this group of people at the Ministry of Interior on spectroscopy. And obviously I started my career in the industry, developing instrumentation the entire life. Okay? I spent 20 years of my life abroad. I came back to Italy 2 years ago, which was a good thing to do. What I'm going to talk to you is what was my activity during the Fukushima accident, and what I was dealing with when I was there in Japan. So everything starts with an agreement. At that time I was the head of the research and development of the Areva Group, which is the largest nuclear entity in France. And I was committed to be in charge of one of the 4 tasks which were under the agreement of Japan-French agreement of collaboration in case of emergency. And I was put in charge of the site remediation as, let's say, an expert on place to support TEPCO and to support the activity there and to lay down the project for the intervention. So I flew there 10 days after the accident. And then when I arrived there, obviously there was quite a significant number of things to understand. We had many visual information, we had many, let's say, elements, but obviously no details. And my task was really to try to understand what was really exactly the situation, how to deal with the situation there, and support eventually the operators in the intervention. Was only 2 weeks after the accident, and obviously all the information were not structured. The first thing which I asked for was, do we have the cartography of those areas? So I got this piece of paper. This piece of paper was an interesting paper with lots of data, which I was already reading just because I don't read Japanese. And I was really trying to understand how to really use it to understand how to operate on site. Obviously, it was not so much helpful. So then what I did, we went around to understand the situation. I started to collect the data. And do the georeferentiation of the data using Google Maps. Was the best things to do. Luckily, we had Google Maps to collect them. And you see from the whole part is from the J village, which was the base where we could prepare ourselves to enter and go inside, obviously everything prepared. So I was able to collect the data and report the data on the map. So this was very critical because any actions after that point was to prepare our people to be inside. There were already Japanese people obviously there, already operating since already now 2 weeks and a half. But I had to bring my people, our people, okay, which obviously were not under the 20 millisievert, neither under the 50 millisievert. As a result of those, bringing the people from outside, we had to respect the 1 millisievert. So as you can imagine, bringing experts in the field, when you have to respect 1 millisievert, is not an easy task. And then you need to really understand what is the dose among the whole part that eventually you want to perform. Luckily, we were able to develop this mapping. Mapping was giving us already a good understanding of the situation of the dose rate and understand what could be the best path and how to manage the dose for it. We were able also, thanks to this analysis, to do a variance indicator of differential in case the probability to take a certain level of dose. And obviously it was very important to understand how to prepare ourselves to the execution of the activity. Why the execution activity? There were two major problems. One, to make sure that we could get rid around the plant of the biggest block with a high activity, which obviously was a gate impediment of any activity locally. Second was to prepare for the water treatment. As you remember, then the inundation of the reactor was done with the salt water, and the major problem was the filling of the not only the reactor vessel, but the reactor building with seawater, and to get rid of the water, and how to do the treatment for that. So the first thing was to prepare to the movement. So the easy way to do it was to align ISO containers, prepare ISO containers, and to immediately there was one component which was removed, take short measurements, make a very fast categorization of it, and decide where to put in what kind of container. In 30 seconds, with the level of activity in some cases on the order of gigabecquerel, you can easily get already an indication. It obviously was very quick, perhaps fast, but was with a gamma spectrometry in very fast way. So this was able to divide this in big blocks and contain eventually the container in a different position outside. Obviously then create short-term storage. Short-term storage because obviously the area of the operation should be totally free from the waste or debris. And obviously the opportunity was that just on the side, which was not on the blowing on the wind, there was not really so much intensity on the ground. So they was able to put, let's say, barrier and to do deposit there. This was allowing to transport it, locate containers or big bags, B25 bags, to the point and be outside of the scenario of the operation. But the important was to get the assignment. And obviously we need to calculate the part, the best part. And as you can see on the map, we identified an area which was an interesting area to operate, which is the one where it's written active flow. The dose rate was lower, much lower, and there are two information. One is on the external, which was 0.015 millisievert, and like internally and externally was 0.1 millisievert. This was a perfect spot in which we identified to do the water treatment. And in fact, there was a line which was built. This building was the rat race building, so we decided this was a perfect building to have the people operating because it was allowing to have a stay time enough to do the operation. So we agreed with the Japanese to remove entirely the waste from that building. They did a great job actually because this was emptied in 2 days completely, and obviously installed there a process for the water treatment. So there was a line of the water treatment which was coming from the reactor straight to this rat waste building to do the operation. So you see the 4 reactors here, 1, 2, 3, 4. And this was the building where we include, let's say, the water treatment system. We put the container room here and the control room, obviously, in a location which was far away. But really doing the dose mapping for that was very critical for the operation. There was no opportunity otherwise to do any operation on site. So we put in place then from the contaminated water a way to do a pre-treatment to mainly the cesium. Mainly the contamination was cesium-137, cesium-134. So this is really a big part of the contamination. And then obviously with the reverse osmosis to collect this and to go to the decontaminated salt water and then to the evaporation. And obviously sludges to be treated and to be put as a waste on the site, eventually treated afterwards. But we're talking about the quantity of amount of water which was very significant, because the process was 400 cubic meters in 6 hours. So everything that you see here has been built in this building, the radioactive waste building. It was full of, let's say, piping to do the operation with a certain number of tanks for the pre-treatment and the treatment with the filtering. So as you can see from this scheme, this was the water treatment which we designed. And when I realized that the calculation of the nuclide activity which was related to the process treatment of the reactor, as you can see in some of the tank, the level of activity was providing and contact intensity of the order of 5,255 millisievert per hour. Obviously there was no chance when you do an operation like that to operate on this area. So all the design and everything which we were doing had to be thought before to just open the valve and enter for the process treatment. Because when you open this, then and the water flow inside, there is no way to get inside anymore. So the system has to work no matter what. So obviously we took a certain number of levels. We used different type of detections. We use those red measurements with Geiger-Müller with different sensitivity to really be able to follow the range for different intensity at different step of the process, including spectroscopy detectors, zinc chloride detectors, to different sites to cover different opportunity of intensity. And obviously it was not enough, because in this level of intensity you need to do a very strong collimation in some cases and follow all the single pipe of treatment to be able to understand in each step what was the level of the decontamination which was reached. So this is the process, and this is the scheme of the process. Each point which you see here has been a measuring point. So we use multiple spectroscopy measuring points and multiple dose rate measuring points to follow the entire system. And obviously, as you can see, a big collimator which was in front of the pipe. When you do a system like that in an operation which then is contaminated, and then you need to have this installed, you need to think about the redundancy all the time. So we never think about one solution, we think about 2 or 3 solutions. In this case, as you can see here, there were 4 detectors to do the same measurements. Because we didn't know exactly what was eventually the possible level. Obviously, we estimate with the modeling, even with the microshielding modeling which I showed you before. We cannot really be sure about the level that can be reached in this case. So we really don't think about the redundancy for the system. So the entire system was a quite complex system at the end, as you can see, to do multiple measuring points at different levels in each step of the phases, inside, outside, with remote control, even with the camera, and the remote control locally from the separate room to the control room, but also with the transmission satellite which was transmitted to France, and we were controlling the activity. So this is the type of diagram which we were able to see. We were able to follow the process, to see the diagram, to see the spectra of each single point of the measurements, and to follow the decontamination process in real time. These are the spectra which we were collecting, and you see one point of measurements which is with a large volume cadmium chloride and some other with a small volume at the same time to follow the entire process. The system has been in operation within 75 days from the project concept. And this is not easy when you don't know what to do, to start, to think about, and then you decide what to put in process. 75 days from scratch to realize, install, get this operated, open up. It was a very, very good stretch. Obviously I was lucky because I had team working everywhere in France, in the United States, so I was able to coordinate them at all time during the day, 24 hours. And the process, water contamination from June 29 to July 5 was 6,000 tons of water. If this was not happening, then the water was going outside, was inundated problem in the plant. I think this was a big success in my opinion, because this allowed to get an advantage, to get a lot of time, then for the Japanese to install other systems in parallel to do the same job. Otherwise, the reactor building was full of water. There was no other way to do it than inundate, let's say. More than 1,000 terabaggers. We are talking about 10 to 15. 500 terabaggers of cesium-137 were treated at Pisa, okay? And 500 terabaggers of cesium-134, which is quite significant. Technology-wise, this was an example. Obviously, we developed today new technology which can do what I did there, even faster deployment. But also, there was a point, at a certain moment, was the melting, the core, how to understand the melting of the core. It was not easy to imagine how was the situation of the melting of the core. And the only possibility was to use the robots to get inside. You may remember this picture. This picture is carrying a UDR-13, which is in use, I think, in the Italian army. I used exactly that unit. And this unit, I used repeaters because obviously there was not enough signal to get outside. So I had to use repeaters to bring the signal outside, not having the direct connection inside. And so we were able to do then measuring point in specific points around the RPV, the reactor pressure vessel, to understand in a systematic way over time how much was the dose rate in a collimated way. Variation of that give us the opportunity to understand that there was obviously the core was melting, there was a changing phase, and obviously because the irradiation was changing quite significantly over time. We followed this situation for a few weeks, so we came to the conclusion, then combining the aumento, that this was a core melting. Obviously, there were many other activities, obviously I can't go through all of them. One of the aspects was the internal contamination measurements, which was very important to put in place. You can imagine where we were in this situation, and we had 2,400 people getting inside and be measured because obviously the main problem was the dose, how to really balance the dose among, let's say, the operators. This was a typical case every single day. And then you need to pass all those people through the testing. You can imagine, after you work with a mask for a few hours, and then you can go through this process, how painful is the situation. I've been sharing really this situation, and obviously immediately we realized that we could make this in this way and implement a certain number of fast measurement method to do internal contamination. Internal contamination is very critical for the analysis and for really understanding how you can balance then the dose among the operators in a very situation emergency like this. Very often, I believe we underestimate this aspect, like we underestimate the possible really internal contamination. So I think really using alternative method, just the hand measurements could help really to understand the situation even to the population. So we got assistance for baby measurements also for very young generation, and I think that this was a big jump in terms of evaluation of the internal dose, which was then included over there. Take-home points which I would like to pass to you before I will spend a few other words for the conclusion. Sense of urgency, fast reaction and short deadline. Sometimes we don't believe that in this situation what I experienced myself is that if you don't have somebody which is a chain in command but can really have the authority to take decision on the spot, you may lose too much time. We couldn't make it if we were not applying a structured approach with direct people in charge of the task and formally fully in charge of the task. 2.5 months to do the job from the concept to deployment was not possible. So sense of urgency, fast activity, line of command are very, very important. In terms of conclusion, I think it's very clear that without the measurements, very structured and doing the assessment creating the previous scenario before, understanding how to operate, there is no job that you can really do in an appropriate way. The approach is to implement always an LR approach, and I think we succeeded to do the project staying within 1 millisievert for the operator, which I think was a great achievement in this situation. And obviously we implement many other projects, but I will have the chance eventually to talk about them before. Today we have also a new technology which can do exactly what we think we did there. Some of the examples which came out of our idea and my idea afterwards, we are presenting them here, so you are free to come and to see what came out of the mind after this experience, which what we produce in terms of solution. And I would be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Slight delay in starting with that award ceremony, so we're carrying that delay. But let's have at least one question in this. I see already two. Raise your hand first. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Hi, I'm Lieutenant Colin Fabio Maturan from the Italian Air Force. Sir, I have a question about, I've been following the Fukushima accident myself on the first level of the master's degree that I followed last year. And I've heard that TEPCO, the Tokyo Electric Power Company, after the core melted over there and got out, the fuel got out of the reactor presso vessel, they estimated that the radiation was up to 540 sievert hour, which is pretty much, and they built a robot that was able to sustain, let's say a 2 hours operation, 1,000 sievert resistant robot. They had the robot basically follow the whole path very close to where the fuel was, and the robot was supposed to last for a couple hours, but it actually, after 1 hour and 40 minutes, something like that, melted, and the signal was lost. That was February 2017, if I remember. Do you have any other news about that? What is the exact radiation? If there have been other measurements to have a precise information about the radiation there? Thanks.
I don't know exactly the details about the level of the intensity of the radiation, but I'm expecting this would be of the order, I would guess, of more than 10 sieverts, between 10 and 1,000 sieverts. So in this case, there is no chance. What I showed you, obviously, was not detailed, but we had cables. So we had to protect every single cables. Shield cable, not only the shield cable. We had to protect the cables with extra shielding, like to pass the cables. So the whole, to really protect them, we had 5,000 millisievert per hour in some of the spots. I mean, you burn, you simply burn. And obviously then you have another problem. Then you have also the interaction of the neutrons, in that case, for the spent fuel on the electronics, which is very bad. Then you have upset events, and then you have this, I mean, obviously, it's attacking the silicium itself. And silicium is after 10 to 12 to 13, then you have ionization, then you lose the property of the silicon. Then it is really burning the silicon.
Thanks.
Last one.
Yes, thank you very much. It was really enlightening, very technical although. My question is also a little bit technical. There was an argument about the containment, that had there been a double containment, like the current one, the Chinese coming ACP-1000 or any other, that they had a problem with the cooling, that it was not started as the accident happened. Do you have any indication of that? That because they failed to really either ignite it, the cooling system, the containment. Of the reactor.
Yeah, for the containment. Okay. So, yeah, obviously the problem was the cooling. The cooling was related to the impossibility to actuate the secondary. Actually, the secondary was actuated, but obviously it didn't last long. And after that didn't last long, then you have only one alternative: is to switch and to get inside seawater. Then, if you do it, you do it. If you don't do it, you wait. And if you wait, obviously, the temperature goes up. The temperature goes up, it starts to create hydrogen out of the zircaloy, which is the gain of the fuel. And then the problem that happens was the increase of the temperature, because not injection of the seawater increase the temperature. The zircaloy starts to release hydrogen, the hydrogen starts to create a bubble, and the bubble gets to a concentration. When it gets to a concentration to more than, if I remember well, 200 cubic centimeters, then it can explode in contact with oxygen. And then if you, at that moment, then if you want to open the valve, because the pressure, you have the pressure you want to release, as you open the valve, the hydrogen gets in contact with the oxygen and explodes. This is exactly what happened.
Okay, we thank you again very much. And as we move on to hear about some more technology, I presented Massimo's technology as hardly Italian technology because we now work with Italian, and many of the designs that Italian now has on its lineup are somehow based on the experience that, of course, you've gathered and shared. And likewise, we have an Italian company here, one of the main sponsors of the event, who will describe a technology that is being developed, and I should say, for full disclosure, that the University of Pisa is involved in these efforts, to realize an extremely compact, versatile accelerator system. So I think, Francesco, you will start. Francesco is the Vice President of City, will tell us about their strategy, and then we have their Chief Designer, and he will tell us about the solutions that are being considered for implementation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Francesco. Good afternoon, everybody. Sorry for my voice. The air conditioning of here doesn't help me very much with the cold. And we asked the organization, which we thank, this four-heads presentation, because today we are debuting with SIT Defense, which is a new branch of SIT Corporation. And as an entrepreneur, I would like to share why and how did we started and we invested in the defense field. So the defense field, as we are approaching now, is delivering a compact, flexible, and transportable solution for special nuclear material detection. But to properly explain this, I have to take one step backwards and explain who SIT is. So SIT is an Italian company which is active in manufacturing, designing, and selling miniaturized electron linear accelerator for intraoperative radiation therapy, oncology. In other words, we were called to design a very high energy and very compact linear accelerator which has to be operated in any standard operating room to deliver electron dose to the tumor bed. What happened? Happened that we was forced to solve challenges like the radiation management, so the leakage coming from the machine, radiation protection. We were called to solve issues like the miniaturization of the device. We were called to solve issues like high dose per pulse. Today we are doing pretty well. We have more than 100 systems working in 23 countries on 5 continents. And we realized, working in the university environment, that our capability and our knowledge can be capitalized and applied to other fields. Now, what Dr. Felici will present is a specific application which can be now presented in the fixed and mobile version, a hybrid version, that can be in the very near future mounted on drones, on helicopters, on vessels, and we can tailor several solutions for the defense, even in other fields, for example, for the deactivation of special components, because we have the capability now to reach levels of dose rate up to 7,500 gray per second. So this is just to give you a very brief pitch about who we are, what we do, and the most interesting things will come from him, so I will let him speak and leave the word. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for allowing me to be here. I would like to discuss with you this theme. And as as Professor De Rico was already saying, this is the fruit of a cooperation between Francesco De Rico at the University of Pisa, CISAM with Colonel Zagarella, and SIP. The title is Detection of Special Nuclear Material with a Transportable Active Interrogation System, from the proof of concept to a dedicated design. We already know this. What is nuclear threat? Why there are dangerous sources that cannot be detected by standard passive detectors, and how small can be the dangerous quantity both of plutonium and highly enriched uranium, just due to the density of such material. A very small sphere of 7 cm of diameter is 25 kilograms of highly enriched uranium. So it's pretty easy to smuggle it, to hide it inside a car or even a suitcase. Next question is, okay, why active interrogation? I used to discuss this theme with some people this early morning. Why cannot we use technology which has been already tested? Just because radiation portal monitors, that is an available technology, can more or less easily detect gamma emitters, but not material such uranium or plutonium that are not high gamma emitters. So we need active interrogation in this case. And active interrogation is considered the only viable option to detect the presence of special nuclear material. This is a well-established data. So what exactly is this technique? The idea is to trigger the fission of such nuclear material by means of typically 9 megavolt X-rays, and then detect the neutrons produced by the fission itself. This gives some specific, this specifies pretty good the quality of the X-rays that we need. Because we would like to have, as Francesco explained 2 years ago, well, Francesco De Rico, not Francesco, of course, we want to have an X-ray beam as clean as possible without neutron contamination, because otherwise we could not understand if neutrons come from the source or the nuclear material to be detected. 9 MeV, why 9 MeV? Because this is the best possible compromise between a beam energetic enough to trigger the nuclear reaction without triggering nuclear reaction in the so-called innocent material. So we know pretty well what kind of beam, in terms of energy and of cleanness of the spectrum we need. And so this is what we need. We did not invent the technique, of course. This is an example of the passport system in Massachusetts, in the States. As you can see from the sketch, this is a huge building, larger, it's larger than a cube, 10 meters per 10 meters per 10 meters. It has a continuous wave electron accelerator, and not only it's huge, it is also extremely expensive. So the limit of currently, the limit of the technique, is not given by its utility, because there is a general agreement that this is the correct way to detect. The limit is just given by the high cost and the logistic issue related with the implementation of this technique. So the idea was to find new technological path and solution that would allow the technique to become easier to be implemented and obviously cheaper. So the idea that Francesco De Rico had was, okay, if we have a miniaturized linear accelerator, in our case, as Francesco Zanetti told before, SIT was specialized in the design and the commercialization of intraoperative mobile electron linac. So a pretty small system that was miniaturized for clinical reasons, for make intraoperative radiation therapy possible in the clinical standard scenario. The idea was to put together all the different elements that we need. So, a linear accelerator as small as possible, a proper target to create the X-rays that we need exactly, and neutron detectors, of course, and a system of real-time reading such neutron detectors. So, okay, that were all the elements that we had. And, surprisingly enough, we discovered that we had the whole technological aspect in our hands, because summing up our mutual skill, experience, and with a little bit of courage, we could have thought to realize at least a preliminary experiment. And we did it. We just, this is not a fancy picture, but just to give you an idea of what we did in the beginning. We realized, discussing with Professor De Rico, a copper collimator, and we mounted it on a linear accelerator produced by us. It was not rocket science, but because we were very eager to test the solution that we designed and just check, because we are both experimental physicists, and we wanted to see if we were capable or not of detecting any special nuclear material. And it worked. It worked. As you can see here, okay, this is the just the last part of the right head of our linear accelerator, and you can see this is copper, that is the X-ray collimator specifically designed for this test. The neutron detectors designed and produced by Professor De Rico, without electronics. This is the detonated uranium sample that was brought by CISA, and, okay, an ion chamber just to check the X-ray, real-time check the X-ray reading. And this is how the neutron detector is. Well, you can see here that the system is capable of detecting embedded uranium. The blue line represents the reading of the detector where there was no depleted uranium, and the red line is the reading of the detector with the presence of the depleted uranium. And you can see that we have a significant signal reading in few seconds. After that, the other important aspect is related with how safe the system is, because then we have to think many different scenarios, but we need to have some preliminary information that allow us that, at least in terms of principle, we can design a safe operation of the system itself. That means, from the radiation protection point of view, how much safe will be the operator and people involved. From this point of view, we could exploit our previous experience in the design of linear accelerator that should operate inside standard, not shielded operating room. And basically adopting similar technological solution, this is the measurement that we get. Just, I don't want to get too much technical, but this is the, oh, sorry, wrong button. If we consider the ratio between the X-ray along the beam direction and at 90 degrees and backward, we basically have something that is fully compatible with the standard applied for medical linear accelerator. That means we are extra safe. And we can consider the implementation of this technology into any possible scenario, of course, after having performed a specific study. But let's say that there are all the a priori conditions to start the specific study. And we published two papers describing this, the work performed, and now are available. And what did we do? This was just the first part of the study. So we have shown that such solution is possible. Now, as Francesco was telling before, we have to imagine different scenarios.
I'm not really sure some of our technologies have moved on a huge way. So when we look in this image here, we can see lots of barrels of above ground storage of radioactive waste. And we can see, well, a line search looking for contaminated particles. I'm not entirely sure we would do that quite that way nowadays, but well done to the Americans and the Spanish who did that with no protection. I won't get into my background, but I will say that I actually went from bomb disposal to the tank regiment. It's a very long story. If you buy me a beer, I'll explain why. But that means that I can't do a presentation without a picture of a large crater or bomb. Something psychological. So I like to make these. This is one of my craters. I'm quite proud of it. About 200 kilograms of TNT. And we used it to destroy a particular item, which I can't really tell you about. However, trust me, we really, really destroyed it. The other thing that I've done during my time, which I think sort of holds play here, is that I've spent a lot of time telling people that red mercury doesn't exist. And as a CBRN advisor, especially with dirty bombs, you may frequently be telling people that the item you're looking at or the threat doesn't really exist, or it's a different threat that you should be worried about. I feel very sorry for Germany because every red mercury threat I've ever looked at was made in Germany. Clearly a testament to their engineering industry, but clearly a threat that also many of you are familiar with. And what I feel keeps me honest as a scientist is I spend a lot of time training. So here I have some very unfortunate students, unfortunate because they have me as a trainer, and this is from Afghanistan, where we were looking at fingerprint surveys of the vehicles, and that really is an entire car which they have dusted the entire surface of the car for. The look, if you can't speak Afghan or Dari looks, is, sir, if you make us dust anything else, I'm going to kill you, because it was pretty hot that day. They also got attacked by wasps, which also goes to show how hard someone can work if they're motivated enough. People have talked about dirty bombs, so I'm not going to go into, again, details about exactly how to make them. But there is a tendency for us to talk about cesium and cesium chloride. And we talk about it because it's a sort of nightmare scenario for us. We don't like it, and it disperses quite well. And we tend to talk about explosive dispersion. We have to be a little bit careful here because people need to understand that other isotopes are available. And also that just because an isotope may normally be solid, doesn't mean we can't actually turn it into a more dispersible material, just may be very different. And then we also start to get into some challenges about how big an area a dirty bomb can contaminate. I've got on the right-hand side of the screen, as you look at it,
two pieces of modelling for exactly the same scenario, which was run the US and the UK using similar modelling tools to try and determine a contaminated area. And we were broadly accurate, but when I say broadly accurate, we were out by a couple of square kilometres in the difference between our modelling. So all modelling is wrong, but it highlights that there can be some challenges in understanding the full impact of these devices. It gets even better when we start to talk about cost. So the US, bless them, publish everything. So they published many years ago their estimates about a variety of terrorism scenarios, one of which was a dirty bomb. And they decided that in their high accuracy recording of how much the impact would be, to just say billions, a lot. It's going to be a huge amount. More accurate studies subsequently talked about figures of around about $30 billion Canadian to clear up a dirty bomb. And then subsequent Department of Homeland Security studies have talked about anywhere between $1 billion to $34 billion, broadly depending on what it is you contaminate. We're not killing people here, it's denial of particular economic access and facilities. So 34 billion is if you take out the ports of Los Angeles. 1 billion is if you take out downtown Oklahoma. So economic value becomes a key aspect of those estimates. Why is it all important? So you may not have thought much about insurance, and it's a brave person that after lunch, towards the end of a presentation, starts to say, you need to think about insurance. I'm not trying to sell it to you, but most countries around Europe, and certainly within the world, have a CBRN terrorism insurance system. Okay? It's different from country to country. Some countries have none at all. Some exclude certain events. So Germany will not insure a nuclear weapon. The UK will insure anything. And the really important thing to note about that is that it provides an economic cushion for government, and where the scheme is private, and the UK is a good example, there is £7 billion sat in a fund purely to reduce the risk of CBRN terrorism, which up until recently no one had thought to do anything with. Could do quite a bit of good. As an example of the sort of things that have been discussed, the removal of cesium from the entire health service of the UK has been discussed as a viable option to potentially reduce the threat. Whether it would meaningfully do so or not is not really here nor there. But from the insurance industry perspective, if you say pay £200 million and you can remove that risk, which could cost 30 billion, that's a very good plan. I'm quite happy to do that. So, lots of money available potentially. When we're looking at trying to understand the cost, I like to think about, and this is not my great thinking, it's fairly received wisdom, three components in any kind of contamination loss. The incident recovery phase, the costs associated with that, maybe the survey, remediation, decontamination, the impact on business, and perception-based costs as well. So business can be property damage, although to be honest, there are lots of definition debates about what damage is. Is it radioactive contamination? Is it the process of decontamination? Is it just from the explosive blast, if an explosive is used? But also denial of ground, interruption because people can't get to certain areas, or certain activities like farming become prohibited on certain areas for periods of time. All of that can be insured. Perception-based costs are really difficult to try and work out because, strangely, it's fairly inconsistent. So when we say, well, people will never move to an area where there is contamination, well, interestingly, market forces can make a big difference in that. We might see a difference in social class or wealth of the people that move to different areas, but there's a huge difference between what people say they will do in a survey. So if you ask someone straight out, will you live next to a nuclear reactor, they'll say no. If you then say, would you live next to a nuclear reactor if it costs 50% less than the market rate that you're paying at the moment, suddenly people start to consider the situation a bit more. And you can get into quite high levels of detail in terms of the sorts of effect these incidents can have against different economic pillars within a community. I won't go into these in huge detail, but you can see across the top here the effect on people, businesses, infrastructure, denial of particular infrastructure, and other components within that. It's one of the things we often forget about as well, is that if we deny area or ground, if we deny something quite critical like a telephone exchange or a refinery, how easy is it for us to substitute that in society? Certainly in the UK, for example,
we can't just keep losing particular telecommunications interchanges or refineries because we just don't have spare ones lying around. And in fact, the shift of most society towards a just-in-time logistics strategy means that we just can't lose items. Power generators, transformers are usually just produced on demand, with very little resilience in the system. So why is costing dirty bomb so problematic? If it's a useful thing, Steve, why can't we do it in a more easier way? Well, first of all, there's background levels. It doesn't really help when we talk about 1 millisievert as the maximum someone should have in the US, and then the natural background level in the US being 3 millisieverts. So straight away, you're off to a bit of a loser. But equally, we have to try and identify what it is we are cleaning something up to. Would that was so easy in its own right. What is clean and what is dirty? Associated with background levels, but also what level is the level at which we start to clean up. And we can talk about policy levels, but cost, resources play a large part here. And so within the international guidelines, there may be some variation. Unusually, you'd be surprised to know that most politicians don't like to commit themselves to what they would have to do in the event of a contamination event, because they're not sure they'd be able to afford to do it in those cases. That's problematic because it's very difficult to plan if you don't have some guidelines to move around. Land use variation, so there may be areas that we can actually use whether or not they're contaminated or not, and there are other items which are just not going to be possible. Technical abilities to clean, and I'll talk about that in a later slide very quickly. Resource limitations with sudden demands. This is one of my favourite ones. Government will always take resources first. The problem with that being, in the UK again I'll use as an example, is that if we're cleaning up the government buildings first of all, what happens to the private buildings which government says it's not going to clear up? So in the UK, government will not clear up private land. That's for the private owner to deal with. In Salisbury we cleaned up everything and that works quite well. But technically we wouldn't clear up land which isn't ours, which isn't the state's anyway. And varying issues of community and economic resilience, which kind of ties into the talk before about community science, because if people start to feel that they are worried about something, that they've got a dread about a particular peril, as they tend to with radiation, then they have less resilience to understanding that it's okay to deal with certain measures or operate in certain levels of radiation. What level do you pick? Difficult one to go for, and pragmatically, as Japan has really demonstrated, it may be the case that you have to have more pragmatic long-term goals about how you're going to try and get levels down to particular safe operating levels. This one I think is a particularly key one, is there's no point having levels if you can't actually decontaminate down to them anyway. So the whole cost issue about, well, we'll remove it down to this level is meaningless if you can't actually get to that level. And interestingly, we often talk about these decontamination factors which really come from the nuclear cleanup industry. But when we're talking about cesium, well done if you can get a decontamination factor above 2 for cesium. It's extremely challenging. You might as well just pack it up, ship it away, which really is probably the best idea for that. Other technical challenges, well, stock markets, sometimes they go up when there's a disaster, sometimes they go down. So consistency. People sometimes increase their purchases, sometimes they decrease them. There is no common approach to how these markets and these perception-based entities actually respond to incidents. So to get to the real money about this whole issue, what we need to be able to achieve in order to better inform our response are better economic models of loss to support policy making, which need to be able to go down to the level of actually what resources you need to clean things up. And this requires collaboration from end users through to scientists, which is why events like this are so important. We actually need policymakers to think up front what they're going to do, because that allows us to help society better understand what should happen. If it's a secret, then we end up getting what happened in Wiltshire, which is the public being very untrusting of the level of cleanup, because they just weren't familiar with what would happen, they don't really trust what's going to happen. And it doesn't really serve the UK very well when 1 week after the incident, our advice to the public is to have a shower. It pretty much informed many people around the world's opinion that British people don't wash frequently, rather than actually being a useful piece of public health advice. And finally, we need to understand how resilience can be built in a society, especially to contamination-related events. They're not particularly rare. We have certainly along the hazmat area, contamination events on a regular basis, although fairly limited. And the public don't panic or flip out about that. They drive down roads which have had contamination on them all the time. But that's partly because of the way in which we manage it. Sometimes because of the way we overexert the threat, in other cases because of the fact we don't talk to the public soon enough, and we get more worried about security and classification than we do about informing the public. Which, don't worry about the very complex slide, it's a bit of a stock slide from the Department of Homeland Security about resilient communities. If we can make the community more resilient, then they work with us. We start to achieve a little bit what can be achieved in situations like Chernobyl, where you can move a population quickly or the population works with you, not because of totalitarianism, but because of the fact that the community understands that that's the right thing to do. But they can't achieve that unless they understand the impact, the costs, and we communicate with them. For those of you who want to learn more about that or are interested in any of that, I've got some of my slides will be available. I've listed out all of my sources and databases. And also because I'm a bit of a nerd, and I suspect some of you are nerds as well, I have my top favourite books in CBRN. I get no money from any of them, and if you want a free copy of any of them, I can probably find an electronic version. What I would highlight within these is one of the most unusual publications I have ever seen, and I will leave this as a point about genuine international collaboration, which sort of went completely missing. The French Ministry of Interior, the top right-hand document there, is an English language manual about how communities should respond to different CBRN incidents, produced by the French Ministry of Interior. Absolutely staggering, and freely given out to people. They couldn't really explain why they did it in English. There was no need. They did a French version as well. The English version's sort of stacked up in a warehouse. But actually, when you spoke to the author, he said, well, because I wanted people to be able to critique it. And if it's in French, only French people are going to critique it. I want a wider audience to give me information. That's very rare in this industry, to have people want to be criticised. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Don't go away. Okay, any questions following that? You have absolutely stunned me, Steve. Is it?
I should stress I have no money. I know people that have it.
But he will gladly take it.
Yes, okay.
I do not believe that is the case, in which case, thank you once again, Steve, for a fantastic, as always, presentation. And I will hand you back to Chris. Thank you.
Once again. We now have our speaker from the Joint Research Center in Ischia, that is Ben Ferguson. He is a specialist and has been working for a long, long time in this field in both social active and passive interrogation techniques for samples of materials that may contain some illicit components, let's say. And I think I'll let you describe how things are done in the particular case of active interrogation. We heard earlier about a possible additional solution in terms of accelerators. Let's see how this fits into your own work.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be able to address you here in this beautiful venue. I want to thank Professor Federico for inviting me to speak to you here today. So, I have a bit of a technical presentation for you, with possibly too many slides, so I will talk a bit faster over the slides and hopefully to do it in time, and hopefully we can get back to some more detail in case of questions, if there's time. Okay. Active neutron systems for nuclear security applications. Let me see, I wanted to show you the example of this seaboard project because it's at a bit of a milestone. The project, in fact, concludes this month. It's a 3-year project with many European partners. An expensive project. It was 15 million euros, funded by the European Commission's Horizon 2020 program. And it's at a very mature stage. They've done just in less than a month ago, they did in-field testing at the seaport in Protezione. So the instrumentation is very advanced, and you can expect some very interesting publications coming out soon. I don't want to anticipate the results, but that's an interesting project. And then I want to show you some of the work that we do at the CBRC. I'll show you an example of how we design an instrument for detection of special nuclear materials in air cargo. So it's the process we use to design the prototype of such an instrument. So to start, active neutron interrogation. What is the principle here? So we use an external neutron source to irradiate a sample, in this case a suitcase, you can see. And then we look at the response from the sample in terms of gamma or neutron radiation. We can use different signatures, as we call them, to analyze for a specific, let's say, illicit materials. Now, if you use a neutron generator that emits 14 negative neutrons, that is from the DT reaction, and then these high energy neutrons, they are able to induce what we call the threshold reactions. So that is the NT reaction, the N alpha reaction, the N2N reaction, and also elastic scattering. And all of these reactions, they produce a characteristic gamma ray that is very well calculated and which determines completely what the target nucleus was. So we're able to determine the elements following these reactions. But you need high energy neutrons to be able to induce these reactions, which you have if you have a DT generator. Now, if it comes to fissile material detection, you can, with advantage, slow down your source neutrons. So you don't need, strictly speaking, the 14 nanometer neutrons. It's better to thermalize the source neutrons, for example, in graphite, as I indicate here, in order to exploit the fact that fissile isotopes have a very high fission cross-section for thermal neutrons. It's useful to induce fission if you are looking after fissile material, because the signatures from fission are so impressive. So to say, you know, there are prompt and delayed gammas and neutrons emitted from fission events. And all of these signatures are in fact useful for different measurement techniques. Okay, we also use this in safeguards tasks. Security is a matter of detecting whether there is fissile material present or not. In safeguards, it's a matter of quantifying how much fissile material there is. But we use typically the same principles, but slightly different detector geometries typically. Okay, so let me start with the example of the seaport project. So this is about scanning 20-foot containers for the presence of explosives, chemical explosives, or drugs. And we use a 14 nanometer generator to induce those reactions I mentioned in the previous slide. It's a special generator called an APT generator, Associated Particle Technique generator. It will excite the elements that are present in the cargo, and you use element ratios to determine what is the material inside. If it is benign material of any kind, or if it is, for example, an explosive. You recognize it through the ratios of nitrogen to oxygen. Okay, so now it sounds simple enough, but there is a little bit of technology involved in doing this kind of measurements. So the APT generator, we have the DT reaction that produces a 14 nanometer neutron, but it also produces an alpha particle, which fly in exact opposite direction to the neutron. So if you implement an alpha particle detector, you can detect the alpha particle. If you pixelate it, you can decide what direction the neutron is flying. So, what I showed here, the cone you see here, that will be the direction of the neutron if you detect an alpha particle in the exact opposite direction. So, the way it works then is that you start the clock at time when you detect the alpha particle, and you stop the clock when you detect a characteristic gamma. That time span is pretty much determined by the flight time of the 14 MeV neutron. So you can determine where along this axis the neutron is interacting. You then record the gamma spectrum according to the exact flight time that you're interested in, identifying a certain voxel, as we call it, or volume in the 20-foot container, and then record the gamma spectra from there, just to look something like this. And through these gamma spectra, you can identify the element composition. Okay, so that's pretty much the Seaboard project. This is it has a number of elements. It has an X-ray machine as well. It has a passive detectors as well. This work here is from the working group 4, which was led by the University of Padua. There was also strong participation from Caen in this project, CEA in France, and also the JRC played a role. We did measurements up at the JRC in this project. In preparation of the field test, there were 2 field tests, one at Gdansk in Poland and one at Rotterdam. So, at this where we measured single elements in order to determine spectra. The spectra can become relatively complex, so it's important to understand how they look from individual elements. So that's the kind of work we did at ISPRA. And typically we would measure a sample of several kilograms in half an hour to an hour or something like that. So significant measurement times. One of the objectives in Seaboard is to bring the measurement time down to something like 20 minutes for each voxel. So significant measurement time required. Now, measurement of several kilograms is no good if it comes to nuclear materials, and that's the kind of work that we concentrate on at the JRC. So detection of special nuclear materials in different shapes and containers. I want to talk about this particular project we did together with an Israeli group of researchers. And the objective here was determination of special nuclear materials in air cargo in so-called ULDs. A ULD is a universal load. It's the kind of containers that they use in airplanes for storing the suitcases under the passengers and so on. Okay, so let me show you what this is about. When it's fissile material you want to detect, then you can, with benefit, pulse your neutron generator. And why is that? That is because you want to be able to distinguish the thermal source neutrons from fast source neutrons. So you pulse a neutron source, and then you let the 14 MeV neutrons slow down in a surrounding graphite mantle, and the thermal or epithermal low energy neutrons induce fission in potential fissile materials, and then you detect the fission signatures. That's the way to go about it. And that brings much, much lower detection limits than if you use a continuous neutron source. Now, in nuclear safeguards, where it's a matter of quantifying the amount of material, we use cadmium to separate the source neutrons from the fast fission neutrons. So we place a cadmium liner between the graphite and the detector modules. And that's really key. That's, you know, combined with pulsing the neutron generator, you can then observe the prompt fast fission neutrons in the absence of the source neutrons. And that is key to that kind of technique. Now, in nuclear security, we do the same kind of trick. You need to have a good idea in your design. And we again pulse a neutron source, We use graphite to bring the neutron energy down, so that the interrogated neutrons are low energy epithermal neutrons, as we call them, or thermal neutrons. And then we detect the fission signatures. But this time we do it in liquid scintillation detectors. They have the advantage that they can detect, or they can distinguish, say, fast neutrons from gamma rays. And that is the purpose of these detectors. We just want to be able to observe the prompt fission neutrons. The advantages from pulsing the neutron generator and using these liquid scintillation detectors is that you will not see the thermal source neutrons in the detector as neutrons. Because in order to appear as a neutron in these scintillation detectors, they need to have an energy of above, say, 600 keV or something like that. So here we have, again, a good way of separating the thermalized source neutrons from the response, which is the prompt fast fission neutrons. We then detect the time of observation, and we form coincidence gates, very short coincidence gates, and we look for multiple signals. We know perhaps from fission, let's say in plutonium isotopes, you can have 4, 5, 6 neutrons emitted, prompt fission neutrons, and you get 10 to 15 prompt gamma rays emitted. So there's plenty of neutrons and gamma rays to go for. And if you can identify these particular events, you can use that as evidence that there is fissile material in that suitcase, for example. Okay, I'll go over this relatively quickly. This is the experimental facility we have in our lab. The key point here is that we have a large graphite mantle around the central cavity here. We place the neutron generator inside the cavity, and we place the sample inside the cavity. This is the neutron generator that we use, a pulse neutron generator, American design. It produces bursts of 14 MeV neutrons, that's the blue ones you see here, at a rate of 100 Hertz. So the period between the blue bursts is 10 milliseconds. Okay? Now with all the graphite, some of these 14 MeV source neutrons will thermalize, and the graphite walls then work as a source of thermal neutrons moving in towards the sun. And that's, where we have the high fission cross-section, and that's where we have the long lifetime of the thermal neutrons, all, giving us a high probability of inducing thermal neutron fission in fissile isotopes. So that's what we use. Okay. The detectors we use, as I said, liquid scintillation detectors. The ones we use are from Elgin. We use an array of 8 detectors surrounding the sample in our experiment. The analysis we do of the signal output from the scintillation detectors is the anode wire output from the photomultiplier. We use Klein digitizers to analyze this pulse. And as I said, the information, these liquid scintillation detectors are able to distinguish fast neutrons from gamma rays. And the information is all in the tail here. Because the mechanism of neutron scintillation, neutron-produced scintillations is different from gamma rays, we get a different tail in our signal. The rise time of the pulse is all decided by the photomultiplier, but the tail tells us whether this is a neutron or a gamma ray. And that is all we need to know. Besides the exact time of detection, we store that, and then we store the fact whether we observe a gamma ray or a neutron. And then we do this for all the 8 liquid scintillation detectors. Okay. Just to show you the response of such detectors to the 14 MeV burst. Here we have a 14 MeV burst at time 0. And then we follow the detection as function of time in the scintillation detectors. And you can see after some 70, 80 microseconds, we no longer see neutrons in our detectors. That means that all neutrons, all the source neutrons, have at that time been reduced in energy to below 600 keV. So we have then, at that point, epithermal and thermal neutrons, let's say, interrogating our sample. I know, in fact, the insert in the corner is a measurement of the thermal flux, and it peaks, as you can see, at 260 microseconds. So on the scale here, I know we have the maximum thermal flux much, much later than the decay of the fast flux. So this you can see, if I observe neutrons so long time, let's say 100 to 200, 300 microseconds after the neutron burst, then I know for sure that they must be fast fission neutrons. And this is the trick I use with these detectors. Okay. Just to show you how it looks on uranium samples, here I've measured a few of our uranium samples. Here the x-axis is pretty much the quantity of uranium-235. And I look for these coincidences from the prompt emissions, so prompt gamma rays, prompt neutrons. In the picture A, you see the gamma-gamma coincidences, and you see there's no particular dependence on the amount of uranium-235. But in the B and C pictures, that is when I look for coincidences with the neutron involved. The B is gamma-neutron coincidences, and C is neutron-neutron coincidences. So clearly, here you see, as long as I include a neutron in my coincidences, I am sensitive to the mass of uranium-235. Not so with the gamma-gamma, because there's so many gamma agents being produced by the source neutrons. Same if I look at threefold coincidences. Again, the gamma-gamma-gamma coincidences don't show any dependence on 235 mass. Not so with as soon as I include a neutron in these coincidence events. So these kind of coincidences is in fact a signature I use in this particular instrument I want to design for detecting fissile material air cargo containers. Okay, how do I do that? The green here is a picture taken directly from our Monte Carlo model of the experiment. You recognize the instrument as I showed you before. The yellow here is the graphite. You see the 8 scintillation detectors, and the blue is the neutron generator in the corner. What I do then is we calculate and we measure the thermal neutron flux at the position of the sample in the middle, and also the neutron detection efficiency in the detectors. And we use the product of these two parameters as a figure of merit for how well the instrument performs. And we then take that and scale it up into something large enough to take a ULD container. And just to show you the final configuration that we arrived at with the Monte Carlo scale-up measurement calculations. The blue here is the footprint of a 20-foot container. It was decided that the whole instrument should fit into a standard 20-foot container. The gray is the graphite, and embedded in the graphite you see 4 scintillation detectors and our neutron generator in the center of the floor. You see also the rail system that's going to drive the ULD container in over the device. Close-up of the generator and the 3 or 4 scintillation detectors. We do the same on the walls. Keep in mind we want to keep the same design as we used in our experiment in the lab. We put 4 detectors in each one of the walls. We cover completely the object that we're going to measure. And this is how it looks with the rail system installed and the trolley we use for carrying the suitcase container. And you see the size of the whole instrument is in fact like a 20-foot container. This is with the ULD container installed for the measurement. Okay, and this is during measurement we close as well 2 doors in the device. Okay. Now what do we do with such calculations? The scale-up uses the same figure of merit as we used in the lab when we looked at how well this instrument performs. So we scale up the volume, the moderator, and the volume of the detectors, but we keep the neutron generator the same. So, and based on the scale up of these kind of figure of merits, we have a number of figure of merits we use. We can, translate the detection limit or the MDA that we used, we determined in the lab to something of the size of such an instrument here. And what we came to was that in a 100-second measurement, we can detect for sure 128 grams of uranium-235, even if it is embedded in the suitcase in the very middle of this container. Okay. Just to conclude, these were some of the observations we made from this work. We can use neutron generators as long as we're not in public areas. And often you would, as in the case of the Seaboard project, you wouldn't use the neutron generator alone, but you would integrate it with an X-ray device, which would identify where is the interesting object to look for. Fissile materials are high-density materials. And with an active method, as has been said before, we can detect both uranium and I showed you a case of uranium, but we do also measurements. Okay, and I want to claim that if you use a pulse system, because of the advantages it has, you can have typically a factor 100 or so lower detection limits than if you use a continuous neutron. Okay, I will stop here and show you a picture of the ISPR site on Latin Major.
Are there any questions from the audience? Because otherwise I would like to ask some questions.
Very brief questions.
Go ahead.
First and foremost, chocolate, baking, fantastic, flot. Very good. I'm just speaking in Danish for it. My question to you is, you're saying the project is completed.
The Seaboard project has concluded just this month.
In the process, have you guys, now that you tried actually, or implemented somewhere? Are there technical assessments on whatever you have implemented? Where we can see that, all right, this was happening, and we detected, like the point I mentioned, strengthening the customs and the cargo, all these systems. If you can shed some light, please.
Why these technologies? I think when it comes to detect, the objective here is to detect explosives and drugs. I think there are possibly not better ways of doing it than this. The difficulty in this project is, of course, to be able to be sensitive enough in a large object like a 20-foot container. That can be difficult. So in Rotterdam, they were measuring. They put the whole instrument on an elevator and measured 20-foot containers stacked up to the end of 3. So, and always in conjunction with an X-ray device, because they are very much aware you can't scan the whole container. Even if you can get down to a 20-minute measurement of one voxel, clearly you need to identify where there are potential places for explosives or drugs before you start examining.
20 minutes is the acceptable scan time for a cargo container?
I'm not sure. I know that the objective of the project was that they wanted to investigate completely 3 voxels in 1 hour.
By voxels you mean?
By voxels I mean a selected area inside that 20-foot container.
How large?
How large? Good question. It's you saw the cone that the neutrons flying. So in the end, if you select just one pixel on the alpha detector, you have a narrower cone, obviously. So, of course, the further away you go into the 20-foot container, the bigger it becomes your voxel. So, you need to optimize this a bit. Measurement time depends on how big a volume you want to.
Of course. So order of magnitude, 20 minutes for the regions of interest identified on radiography.
That's right.
Okay. Now you said something about comparing pulse with continuous mode operation. That referred to the type of detectors you use and the way you use them. Is that correct? Or was it a more general statement?
I think it's even more general. I think it is the case that if you need to detect neutrons, that could be delayed neutrons. Obviously, there's an advantage in the pulse. You pulse and you detect, and you pulse and you detect. But even if you detect fission neutrons, you want to be sure if it's for a safeguards application. You need to.
I was actually thinking security. Yes.
Okay, in security, even. You need to wait until you have the fast neutrons will interact with the detectors in a very severe way. And you need to wait until this has passed before you can be sure that you see fission neutrons from the sample. So, but it's actually not just specific to the detector. I think you will find that if your objective is to detect neutrons from fissile material, then you are better off with a pulse system.
Okay. That's as long as you have a detector. You don't rather have a detector that has a threshold and that has insensitivity to photons. Would you agree on that? So you're assuming liquid scintillator type or moderator type detectors. In either case, having the limitation on the moderator case, you need the time for the neutrons to be moderated and to prevent the initial flash from blinding the detector. And in the case of the liquid scintillators, you have a similar situation where you would saturate them anyway and not be able to apply pulse shape analysis.
Exactly.
Okay, because what we actually do is we work with prompt neutrons in continuous mode, but that's because we have a 3 MeV threshold and a photon discrimination. We don't care what happens during the radiation in the sense that we only select the part of the fission spectrum that we measure. So in a way it was because of the systems you use.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, but you're absolutely right. You want to be able to use the prompt fission neutrons because they're more than 100 times more
exactly why we do that.
than the delayed neutrons. And in order to do that, you need to be sure that you induce fission not by 14 MeV neutrons, but below energy.
Slow. Thank you, Ben. Any other questions from the audience? If not, we will move on. We have to do so, and we invite Alessandro Dodaro to tell us, in a way, in a complementary fashion, how passive detection techniques, interrogation techniques may be used. Alessandro is at the Enea Center in Casaccia. He's a specialist in multiple detection techniques, in fact, and he agreed to talk about passive systems, not because it's the only thing he does, apart from that, but because it would in fact complement the lecture that we just had. So Alessandro, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. When I started thinking of this presentation, I checked on the internet which kind of passive measurements has to be used in this field, and then realized that, looking also at the agenda, that the more interesting part, technical part, is on active measurements that Ben presented so in the previous presentation. So I decided to switch my presentation, just saying which will be the threat that we have to face, and give just some idea and some examples of passive measurement, because at the end the measurement systems are similar. They are just not working on the sample, but just taking what is outside. So there will not be a very technical presentation, so feel free to snore without problem. So why I'm here? Just to say that ENEA is now known for new technologies, development, efficiency, energy, but we make also nuclear and fusion. And particularly there is a big group in Frascati and also in ours that works in CBRNe risks. And we are part of this cluster that I propose to check to all of you, because I think that the connection between this master and the cluster could be very important, because the cluster has some of the actors that I see here in the floor, and could be very interesting because it's focused on the 3P, preparation, prevention, and protection of the environment and of people. So the link, if you want to go there to see, write the correct link, because it's the only way to get to the site. Now, you already have heard of the background. In this case, I will focus on terrorism, because actually is the major demanding problem for this kind of characterization and problems. And the main concern is about the crowded people place and the use of, in my case, radioactive and nuclear materials, because I don't know nothing about biohazardous agents. And it is really a new discipline, because we come from, all of us, I think, come from the characterization of radioactive waste, radioactive materials, nuclear materials, and now we are going to switch this kind of characterization, this knowledge, to other objects that maybe easily they come together. So you need active measurements, passive measurements, you need to measure the explosives, so light materials without a radioactive content by itself. It's more or less what happens in the early 90s, when we started to measure, to use the same measurement system, going from the little samples to the big volumes, making errors that are order of magnitude of dimension. So IAEA defined just 4 nuclear security big risks. The theft of an existing weapon, and I will not treat this one because there is no characterization needed for avoid this, but just security systems. The radiological hazard caused by an attack on a nuclear facility or a transport, or the acquisition of nuclear materials for producing a nuclear weapon, and the radiological dispositive that you already saw in the past, in previous presentation, the so-called dirty bombs. Let's start with this. What is it? You know, high explosive, incendiary firing material, and radioactive materials, not needed to be uranium, plutonium. In this case, it's easily to have some cesium, some cobalt, materials that can be bought really easily and without any kind of security control. Because if I try to buy 1 gram of uranium, also natural uranium, our safeguard, European safeguard, and IAEA will come to me to say why and where you will use this material. But if I buy 1 gigabecquerel of cesium, no one asks me why. I can buy it and use it as I want. So the big risk is that someone buys some explosives, some firing system, a source, and contaminate. 2 presentations before, we saw the economical damage of a radiological dispersal device. I think that, at least in Italy, is not really the economical problem, the with this dispersal device. It's a problem of fear. People will start going crazy for an attack of this kind, of this type. And yesterday I was in Rimini for Ecomondo, and I was astonished to see that there was no control for our luggage. I went inside with my trolley and a backpack, and no one checked for my luggage. So I go in, there were thousands of people, and no one controlled me. I could be, because in my laboratories I have radioactive sources, and so I could have done something very dangerous. So we have to try to understand that it is very easy to make something like that. And it is incredible the effect that the attack will have. So what can be done? We can measure gamma-emitting radionuclides with one of the systems you already saw. It's just a completely passive technique. You have a detector, a electron chain that measure all the gamma-emitting radionuclides. But you have to put this device in like a portal or something where you go in, you are forced to go in, and this can be give the signer. But this gives only the gamma, so the radioactive part of the dirty bomb. For the explosive part of the dirty bomb, we have several systems. The best actually are active, like Bent described before, but at TNEA, inside in the framework of a European project, there was developed this sensor, this integrated laser sensors, that can give you the elemental composition of a sample from a longer distance. So you can put together a gamma portal and one integrated laser system and know if you have both radioactive and explosive material, because the explosives are characterized by well-known ratio between oxygen, nitrogen and carbon. So knowing the composition, you can say, okay, there is a bomb, and it could be very dangerous. The other threat that involves plutonium or uranium is the improvised nuclear device. Also in this case, there is not need of big amount, because the objective of this kind of devices is just to not to kill people, but to damage some areas. And you can damage an area really strongly, also with some grams of uranium or plutonium. Plutonium, some milligrams, but uranium, some grams. So you need to find both the explosive that allow the spreading of the nuclear materials and the nuclear materials itself. The principle is more or less the same. You have a neutron detector that can be plastic scintillator, helium-free, whatever you want, because in this case you have just to know if there is something that emits neutrons. No matter of the origin of these neutrons, because if you have neutrons, really probably you have plutonium, uranium, or other similar materials. And then you have, the explosive part that can be the same for the RDD devices. The last treat that I will describe now is the smuggling. So when people want to build, to construct a nuclear weapon, but a real nuclear weapon, not a dirty bomb. So the problem is, if you want to make a nuclear bomb, you have to use just uranium-235 or plutonium-239. In this case, it's really important to understand which is the origin of the neutrons. And one of the best passive techniques for doing this is the so-called MGA, multi-group analysis, and MGA-U, that is more focused on uranium. In this case, there are many studies done. I think that the agency used this software in really a big amount, and it is possible, look, with a simple assay like this. You have this is the germanium reactor, and this is the analysis system, and it's enough. You have to buy the software, and you can measure little samples. The problem is you have to take the little samples and put into on the detector. It's not easy to do this, and it's not easy to understand what you are searching for. So, which is the problem? We have to use the technology available, because we have many of this technology, but we have to put all these things together, because actually we have more or less systems that can be done one or another things, but we need more. So we need to invest to face this kind of threat using approach that are very multidisciplinary. So this is my last.
Very good. This was the last presentation. Thanks to Alexander also for accepting the last one at the end of such a long and heavy day. Any questions? Any questions from the audience? If not, why not asking you to wrap up in terms of where you think more work is needed, or perhaps happening between passive and active interrogation techniques. What for a country like Italy could be of interest? Yeah, not an easy one, but...
Like yesterday, say, these are friends. No, okay. Where we are, I think that at the technology level, we are really in the front line, because we have many scientists working in this field, and we are able to develop everything. The problem is, as usual, the lack of funds, because we have this big problem. We have no money to afford to solve the problem that you have when you have to put together several instruments, several techniques, and go on with something different by a prototype. We have seen this afternoon some very good system that can be improved, that can be put on the market. But I think that there is still a big effort to do in order to have a multiple techniques system that can be used easily in all the focal points, usually the ports, airports, stations, and so on, that has to be really controlled before the entrance, not inside.
Thanks. Thanks again. So this closes the last technical session. We now have a ceremony presentation of new agreements. I would ask Andrea Malizia, please, around, wherever he is.
I will co-chair this session with Professor Ciolini from University of Pisa. And this is a very short, I promise to you, roundtable to present the new cooperation agreement that the CBRN master courses are running all around the world. So these are the agreements that are under the signature process right now. It is not still completed, but it is going to be. And we have the representative of the entities that will sign this agreement. And I do ask to Professor Ciolini to start with the first speaker, Dr. Anna Figueres. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening. Let me introduce
Dr. Ana Figueras Masi from the Public Security of Catalonia in Spain.
Good afternoon, good evening, and thank you for being here at these hours. Thank you, first of all, to the team of the Master of CBRNe to allow us to participate in the Master and do this cooperation. I will explain a little bit my institution, that is the Institute for Public Safety of Catalonia in Spain. Oops. Okay, perfect. The Public Security Institute of Catalonia is the center where we train all the security system in Catalonia: police, civil protection, and firefighters. Where we are located? We are located in Catalonia. Catalonia is a region in the north and east of Spain. We have this mainly data is nearly 7.5 million of people, and Barcelona is 1.5 million people who speak both Catalan and Spanish, I suppose you know. And the school of firefighters and civil protection that is where I work in the institute is near Barcelona, 20 kilometers from Barcelona. In Catalonia we have two types of risk. It's only to introduce you a little bit what type of training we do. We have two types of risk: natural risk and anthropic risk. And related with this workshop, we have, of course, radiological and nuclear risk. The radiological risk is because we have 250 radiological installations and 3 nuclear plants in Catalonia. And this, of course, implies that we have to have civil protection plans and training all the emergency corps in this area. My institution, the ISPC, the Institute, we train, as I told you, police, firefighters and civil protection, and of course, we have also university studies. We have a degree in security, in general studies of security, and we have a center of leadership, communication, and we have an area of research. It's my area. This is our facilities. Our facilities, as I told you, it is located 20 kilometers from Barcelona. It's a big area, and some of you have been there for a few months ago, and you could see. And this is the video, please. Andrea, thank you. This is some of the activities that we do at the school. At the school we have two main characteristics: the decentralization and that we have the training recognized by the government of Catalonia. Our training is the vocational educational training. It's recognized by the government, by the Ministry of Education, and we do all the training decentralized. The firefighters don't have to come all to the school to do the training. We send our trainers to the fire stations. And we have 400 trainers, more or less, divided in 15 areas of knowledge. We do a big selection process of them. And our profile of trainers in fire service is that they have to be firefighters and experts in one of these 15 areas. Last year we did 50,000 hours of training, and we did more or less 150 activities of training only for firefighters. What is important for us is how we teach. Our learning procedure. It's based in a psychopedagogical approach that is called meaningful learning, and we try that to match what is taught, what is learned, and what is assessed with what is needed at work. And for this reason, we use different techniques: e-learning training, theoretical and practical, virtual command simulations, and of course, a practical evaluation. And of course, we have a little area that is led by me. It is a research and innovation area where we do research groups. We try to share our knowledge, and we collaborate between institutions. And for this reason, we are here today. Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to work with you.
So the new cooperation agreement are perfectly on the line of what we have done in Italy. We have Dr. Figueras that represent a training center, so we would like to improve the capability to do also international training. And then we have Dr. Duszek, Dr. Grunewald, that represent a research center out of Italy, that is the German Space Agency, and I leave the floor to Professor Ciolini for the presentation of the speaker.
Introduce very shortly. Dr. Frank Duszek and Dr. Karin Grunewald from the Aerospace Center Institute of Technical Physics in Germany. They are experts of laser application, so please.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please let me first thank you for the opportunity to present our research institution and our research and our interests for future collaborations.
Bottom down.
Bottom down.
Arrow down.
Okay. German Aerospace Center is a quite rather big research institution in Germany, which has, as the name says, 4 huge columns: aviation, security. Is just a cross topic which covers all the basic and 4 columns, but it is essential for all main topics. The German Aerospace Center has 8,000 employees, 25 locations or more. It's really big, and it's spread all over Germany. And our facility is located in the southern part of Germany, half an hour or 1 hour to drive from Stuttgart. The institute is a laser institute which develops lasers and laser applications in the field of security. There are 4 main interests currently in the institute. One is for space, the space debris removal. For aviation, we are working on spectroscopic techniques for new sensors, optical sensors that can be set up in aircraft. The main thing why I'm here is the standoff detection for CBRNe related topics. So, in my department in Lampolshausen, we are having, you can see a picture here in the above, which shows our lab with a space of approximately 700 or 800 square meters. In addition, we have a unique, I think it's in Europe, it's unique optical test range under free atmospheric conditions. The test range is equipped with sensors for monitoring weather data, sunshine, and so on. It's fully equipped. Handling with CBE substances, we also must make sure that we have an opportunity to provide those substances and to prepare the substances, and we have a biolab of security level 2 installed, and of course we have the permissions to handle those hazardous material. What we are doing is here also not just to develop detection systems, but also to evaluate detection systems that are not designed in our house, but maybe also in other labs. A special focus in our institute is also set on the design of new laser sources, special wavelengths, for example, for special standoff detection applications. And another thing is, which is not clearly regulated in legal environment, is eye safety, eye safety issues. On our test range we make models and the experiments to validate those models for making sure that all our systems are eye safe. 2 minutes, yes, thanks. Applications are really important for us, and if you have a big device, nobody buys this for an application. You want to be compact, robust, to bring something into the field. Here on the lower right you can see a sensor which is fixed onto a drone for CBE detection. On the right side you can see a picture of our test range, and here in the middle it's even the drone that was running. It's a spectacular picture, but usually we are doing in spectroscopic investigations in eye-safe regions. That means you cannot even see the laser light. We are looking for a faithful network, and I think we have found faithful people here in Rome for international and European projects. Yeah. And the test range itself is prepared to test detection systems and to train end users, designers, decision makers. And again, thank you for the delay. Thank you for your attention.
So as you can see, we start from a training center, we move to a research center. We already, a couple of weeks ago, we also closed a cooperation agreement with the Pinsa Institute from the University of Belgrade, that is both university and research and training center. So just to underline the spirit of our initiatives. And also we closed a cooperation agreement a few weeks ago with the Center of Excellence for Explosive in Slovakia. Now we are a university, so we cooperate also as a university, and this is why we have represented from Professor Armetano, Professor Chatterjee, the University of Buenos Aires, and the University of Republic of Uruguay. I leave the floor to my colleague Professor Ciolini. In the meantime, I upload the presentation.
So, a short introduction. Professor Riccardo Armentano is from the National Technological University of Buenos Aires. He's a cardiovascular engineering. And then Professor Padak Chatterjee, from the university, the same University of Buenos Aires, but also from the University of the Republic of Uruguay. He's a biological engineering. So, please.
Hello, everyone. Glad to be here and to start this scientific and technological collaboration with the University of Roma, Tor Vergata. I am Riccardo Armentano from Argentina. I am the director of the Group of Research and Development in Bioengineering. This group is in National Technological University, and it is supported by the Global Citizen and Security Working Group of International Federation of Biomedical Engineering, and also by the Engineering and Medicine and Biology of the IEEE. Well, I am talking on behalf of our scientific collaboration, our networking with France, Spain, thank you, USA, Uruguay, Argentina, Brazil, India, UK, and now with Roma, Tor Vergata, Italy, Tor Vergata. Our group, we are working in this main area of research, modeling of biological system applied to aging and cardiometabolic disease, to assess the early detection of cardiometabolic and neurological disease. Also signal processing of biomedical imaging. We work in the design of different methods for acquisition of biological signals and e-health. Then we work in computational modeling, and finally we design experimental setup and 3D printing of all these different approaches. Well, in this main area, we work in this research and development project like Internet of Things applied to cardiometabolic and neurological disease, in the non-invasive acquisition of physiological parameters, processing, modeling, and development with orientation to cardiovascular pathologies, flow modeling in complex structure, in focus on tissue engineering, then the real-time engineering for the characterization of blood and arterial wall dynamic, using model simulation and signal processing, and finally in computational hemodynamic study in intracranial aneurysm based on dynamic angiography tomography. Well, in this umbrella, we run a PhD program and master degree in biomedical imaging, data and signal processing, entirely in English, and we offer the following course like Fundamental of Biomedical Engineering, Modeling in Physiology, Fundamental in Signal Processing, Advanced Topic in Digital Image Processing, Modeling, Probabilistic and Deep Learning, in order to invite foreign European students to work in our laboratory. Finally, I will share with my young colleague Parag Chatterjee to speak about your experience.
Thank you very much. I'm Parag Chatterjee, and to introduce very briefly, I'm an assistant professor at the University of the Republic. Sorry for my voice. So we were basically trying to use the tools of artificial intelligence and machine learning applied to smart healthcare, mostly to use some predictive tools for risk analysis in advance. So here, as you can see, we were working in collaboration with the National Technological University in Buenos Aires, Argentina, along with the University of the Republic in Uruguay, also with the military hospital in Montevideo. We were working in a national program to do some early risk analysis using the tools of artificial intelligence and machine learning, mainly to design a sort of decision support system using these tools, which could be used or will be used to predict the risk using these predictive tools in advance. So we were using this technology of Internet of Things, in short IoT, to do a comprehensive remote monitoring of the physiological conditions, the healthcare, and then to use the artificial intelligence tools to monitor and analyze them efficiently to finally perform the prediction. So, as a part of the collaboration, I was in the last SICC conference where I met Dr. Malizia. And from there, actually, we started the collaboration with the University of Tor Vergata and the National Technological University in Argentina and the University of Republic of Uruguay. So, with this collaboration, last year, we published a book. And this was very hard work here. I got a hard copy for it. And this book was somewhat very special because for me this was the first book I worked as an editor. And this book was very interesting because we had more than 70 authors from almost 23 countries across the world. And all these authors shared their experiences. This was sort of a research handbook. And we also had a very good chapter from University of Tor Vergata as well. And taking this as the first step, we are moving together ahead we are in the process of presenting the proposal for our next collaborative book in the field of decision support systems and health risks. And with this aspect as well, here you can see a glimpse of the collaboration, which is now under the file, waiting for the signature. So basically the collaborations, as a group, we were pretty much apart when considering the fields of interest. But actually we're trying to find a common platform in the fields of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and decision support system tools with respect to health risks to perform strategic research, exchange of faculty and students, and joint publications as well. So with this, we are looking forward to the collaborations getting signed, and thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Montano. Thank you, Barak. And now we will move to the last speech. As you have seen, training center, university, companies, military center, research center, and of course even association. Everybody in each scientific field is fundamental to achieve the reduction of risk in case of CBRNe emergencies. This is the purposes of our master. In the last year, as you know, many of you have participated to the SICC CBRN conference, the first one devoted to the CBRNe. We have published the proceedings 1 month ago, and I'm glad to say that we achieved the amount of 8,052 copies sold in the first months. Also glad to say that I have renounced to the economic incoming, because I thought nobody buy let's say, the copies. So Springer is very grateful with the University of Roma. Okay. Leader, Professor Ciolini, please.
As I already talked in the morning, I guess I can spare you another introduction. Plus, it's the last one for today, which is good. So just a few slides to go through. As Andrea said, a number of new initiatives, a number of new cooperation agreements, and one new initiative is this Safety and Security Institute Rome. There are some of us, some university staff, HESAR, the association, that started this initiative this year. This one doesn't like me. No, it doesn't like me. You have to do it. See? That's a sign. And as I said, this institute was established this year basically with the mission to enhance safety and security. So a very general statement. It's an international and independent institute. It's based here in Rome. And it is dedicated to mainly research, education, training, and testing within the global field of safety and security. Next. As I already said before, and I'm not going to read it out to you, it's pretty much the same as I said before. We focus on research, education, training, and a few other points, and we will tap into the resources of not only the university and its cooperation partners, but also into the pool of all the master students that have completed the CBRNe related courses, and as we heard this morning, there are more than 170 people. Next. So we have identified 5 fields of activities for this institute that we will focus on as of 2019. CBRNe, non-proliferation, dual-use arms control, environmental protection, civil protection, and medical and first aid. Next, you can read it. I mean, I guess it's pretty self-explanatory. Where does the money come from? Well, of course, the projects that we're going to run. No projects, no money. And I just listed here various ways and forms of how this institute is going to generate its income. Next. And the structure of it, last slide, it's a non-profit organization. So for those of you that are from Italy, I put in the first one. And we have a steering committee, a director, research and training staff, and we are, as I said, organized in 5 fields of activities. Thank you very much.
So thank you for everybody. Now is the time of the Best Poster Award, but before the Best Poster Award, I would like to thank on behalf of Professor De Rico that will do the same, all the staff from University of Roma, Tor Vergata, University of Pisa that put a lot of effort today, all the guys that work here today. I kindly ask them to stand up just for a second, maybe it's the 50% of the people in the room. By the way, and I would like to invite on the stage 5 girls that put a lot of effort in this month. And the 3 directors of the organization committee that are Dr. Colomba Russo, Dr. Valentina Gabbarini and Dr. Alba Iannotti, and also Mrs. Yasmin Imit and Dr. Maria Cara Carestia here on the stage for a cadeau, please. Thank you so much.
To give the first poster and President Commission of the Best Poster, I very pleasure to give the name of the Best Poster Award that have won the competition. The poster by title of Development of Radiation Detection Simulator with smartphone and become a first responder against radiological threat. Please, Mr. Sushikwa, please come here. Yeah.
This is the press of the school that is organized by Tor Vergata. It's the CBRN school. You feel you deserve it, you're promising, and we wish you all the best for your future career.
Next poster is one by title Compact Setup for Stand-up Lesson Using Spectroscopy of Radioactive Materials. Please, Mr. Gerbert Florian, come here. Superheated emulsion with optoelectronic readout for active interrogation system. Mr. Chierici, please come here.
From voting on his. Okay, let's make it clear. Let's make it clear. We still have some of the invited speakers that we'd like to give the press as well. Please, yes, Alex, you get this. So this is as you heard, a hall of the school. Buddy, you get one too. Who else of the invited speakers is still around? It's late, we're not sure who's still around. Carlos.
Thank you.
Get back up there, Carlos.
Okay, I asked you.
No one invited you, Carlos.
Nobody.
No.
I get one too. Okay.
Carlo, you are in our heart.
I don't care.
I'm selling mine.
Go to Amazon tonight.
Yeah.
That is expensive. Andrea disappeared again. See, the moment you need him, he's gone. Are we closing? Yeah. We're closing. Okay. Can you say something?
The author of the poster had not only won the crest, but we win free admission for the next scientific conference on CBRN.
Probably going to be in 2020, is that correct?
Yes, probably.
Okay. Probably in 2020. It's a big conference that took place for the first time last year in Rome. It was a huge success, of course, thanks to the participants. The proceedings are a huge success, as Andrea just mentioned, with 8,000 downloads, paid downloads already. So it's an exciting prospect to hold it again. And again, the three winners of the poster awards will have free entrance, and it's a pretty hefty registration fee that they're getting waived. Okay, said that. Let's close. It's been a long day, longer than expected. But there's just one thing that I would like to say. When I attended, for the first time in fact, I came in contact with this group at Tor Vergata, organizing the masters, organizing the workshops, organizing now the series of international conferences. That first time we were infrascati for the workshop, and Ambassador Bonnie Jenkins was contacted by Skype, and she was asked for her opinion on what the international conference should focus on and cover, possibly, or the activities of this group at Tor Vergata should focus on. And her immediate comment was more emphasis on RN type of activities. The CB part is done in an excellent way. Professor Palombi is, of course, the best person to handle that part. Her strong encouragement was to give more emphasis to the radiological and nuclear aspects of the threats. I think it was done already significantly at the conference, big success, but it's out of question that today proves that the commitment for that specific areas has been taken seriously, and your participation here is a proof. It's about 250 registrants that were recorded at this meeting. It's obviously the highest ever recorded. So from me to the local organizers, to the Tor Vergata group, my best congratulations. You've done it fantastic. And with that, I would like to close this meeting. Looking forward to seeing you at the next ones.